Chapter 11:27. Oh? Is that so? How far have they run now? Saito looked at the angry little Ling Meng with interest and asked with a smile. Master, look. Hearing the question, little Ling Meng waved her hand and a particle beam screen immediately appeared before Saito's eyes. On the screen, a small red dot quickly moved on the map of Japan, especially the Kanto region. The red dot's destination was the Imperial Palace located in Tokyo City. Seeing this, how could Saito not understand that the mastermind behind this theft, or rather, one of the masterminds, was the Japanese imperial family? Master, do you want to remotely activate the self-destruct system? Little Ling Meng blinked her cute big eyes and pouted her rosy lips as she asked. What do you think if I wipe out the Japanese imperial family? Saito did not immediately answer little Ling Meng's question. Instead, he turned to look at Erika and the other girls who were looking at him because of little Ling Meng's report. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do, this big sister will support you. Oriana charmingly winked at Saito and smiled. Whatever. Chiyama Yomi said with a disdainful expression. It doesn't matter whether or not we can take down the Japanese imperial family. However, King, are you prepared for the consequences of eliminating the imperial family? Erika pondered for a moment before raising her head to look at Saito and asked. Although I am not too clear on the significance of the Japanese imperial family to Japan, it should still be very important. Erika reminded him. It is as Erika said. Moreover, under these special circumstances, eliminating the Japanese imperial family will not bring any practical benefits to King. It may even leave behind hidden dangers for future development. Liliana said with a serious expression. What is there to be afraid of if there is trouble? Just directly eliminate the enemy. It is super simple. Kinohita Sai replied in a tone that was very similar to the way Academy City's Black Department operated. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem to eliminate the enemy. However, under these special circumstances, it would only cause more trouble, Erika explained to Kinohita Sai with a smile. Actually, compared to destroying them, it's more appropriate to give them a proper warning. This way we can prevent other factions from coveting us to a certain extent, and it can also increase our influence. I'm sure the king thinks so too. Erika looked at Saito again and smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Saito nodded with a smile. Little Ling Meng, when the enemy moves here with the magic device, activate the self-destruct device immediately. The smile on Saito's face disappeared. He pointed at a spot on the map that was slightly ahead of the defense point formed by monsters, the Environment Ministry, and the Special Forces according to the information sent by the Environment Ministry in the morning. Yes, Master. Little Ling Meng cutely saluted Saito. Then, his figure flashed. He disappeared along with the particle beam screen. You guys continue playing. I'm going out to repair the defense point. Saito turned to look at Erika and the others. After saying that, Saito's figure began to fade rapidly. Soon, he completely disappeared in front of Erika and the others. Pust, accompanied by a soft puffing sound, Saito stepped out of the luxurious 3D sensory connection cabin. This so-called luxurious 3D sensory connection cabin was the upgraded version of the virtual gaming helmet that was currently distributed to the citizens. Not only did it have the gaming interface function of the helmet, it also had the body maintenance and synchronized strengthening function that the gaming helmet did not have. It was an item that Saito planned to use to strengthen the citizens in the future. It was an item that he needed for the second step of his plan to completely specialize Akakuruno City. At present, the gaming cabin was the same as the non-gaming 3D sensory system. It was only popularized in the Rubik's Cube world. It was one of the items used by the people of the Rubik's Cube world for cultivation. After walking out of the gaming cabin, Saito's figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the room. He appeared at the top of the giant U-shaped alloy wall built on the road to Tokyo. He walked to the place where the sapphire magic device that was stolen by the ninja was placed. He took out another sapphire magic device and placed it there. Then, he activated instant transmission again and left from the top of the alloy wall, moving toward downtown Tokyo. Seito, who rushed in an exaggerated way with instant transmission, quickly arrived near the location where he chose to self-destruct the positioning magic device. He hid in an absolutely safe area and watched the fierce battle between the monsters and the guards at the defense point with great interest. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye as he watched the battle as if he was watching a show. "It's coming." At this moment, Ito-sei's heart moved, and he secretly said. Sure enough, in the next moment, a pitch-black space-distorting black hole with a diameter of several kilometers suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It released a powerful suction force, sucking in all the monsters within the range of the black hole. They were annihilated into specks of dust and melted into the space of the black hole. The reason why the diameter of the space distortion black hole this time was only a few kilometers, instead of dozens of kilometers like the miniaturized rainbow light cannon, was because this was just the self-destruct program of the magic device. Although a huge amount of energy was compressed inside, it could not complete all the steps of making the rainbow light cannon without unfolding it. The magic device could only be simplified. Therefore, this kind of situation where the rainbow light cannon's effect did not reach the size of a normal black hole appeared. Even so, the power of the rainbow light cannon was still astonishing. The defenders of the Ministry of Environment, shrines, and other traditional factions who had never personally seen or experienced the power of the rainbow light cannon were astonished on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that their defensive points were protected by barriers, this moment of astonishment would have been enough to kill a large number of them. 3 minutes later, the distorted black hole that had released all its energy finally shrank into a small black dot. Then, like a gas, it exploded and was annihilated, leaving only a huge semicircular depression with a diameter of a few kilometers and a depth of more than a few kilometers. There was no monster in the empty area. Fortunately, this was considered an inland area of Japan. The ground was still quite thick, and it was not directly connected to the sea by the space distortion black hole. Otherwise, a huge inland sea or a saltwater lake would very likely appear in Japan. The power of this essence should be enough. Seito looked at the huge crater and smiled faintly. Then, he did not stay here any longer. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the shrine home in Akazuno City. Then, Seito came to the living room and changed shifts with Suzu Ito, who was in charge of guarding the house, so that she could go back to her room to rest. "Then I'll go back to sleep," Suzu Ito, who was wearing the witch costume, said as she stretched her body. "Okay." Seito nodded in response. After watching Suzu Ito go back to her room, Seito immediately used his mind to create a shadow clone to take his place in guarding the house. He returned to his bedroom and sat down cross-legged. According to his previous training habits, he continued to comprehend the special feeling when the authority was activated in his memory, looking for inspiration to break through to the legendary level. The so-called legendary level, or the level X in the international certification, was to break through with the help of the domain and use one's own strength to trigger the resonance of the rule lines, reaching the level of qualitative change inside and outside. The first step was to get rid of the shackles of the domain, break the habitual knowledge barrier, and change the level of one's thoughts, temperament, strength, and perception. At this time, the domain was said to be a shackle because everyone's domain was personally created by that person. Their heart would instinctively move forward according to the rules displayed in the domain. However, these rules were based on what everyone had comprehended. It would cause the person to gradually deviate from the rules of the world in the future, forming a cognitive barrier, the knowledge barrier. Therefore, only by getting rid of the shackles of the domain and using the qualitative change in thinking under the domain, like a primary school student, to re-establish or modify the existing system. When one could trigger the resonance of the rule lines even without the help of the domain, one would break through level S and reach the legendary level. Of course, this was only the method used by people who walked the path of developing domains to break through to the legendary level. For martial arts cultivators or inheritors of other professions to break through to the legendary level, there were other methods. However, although Seito also walked the path of the domain, his domain was obviously different from others. Others often used one rule as the foundation and worked hard to climb up, breaking through one level after another. However, Itose was influenced by the Rubik's Cube world and walked the path of many rules. Even in terms of the cultivation system, there was not only the path of the domain, but also the path of the martial artist, the path of the cultivator, the path of alchemy, and so on. Therefore, the knowledge barrier in the domain was the least of the problems. As long as he found the right path and let his thinking, temperament, and perception undergo a qualitative change, Itose could smoothly break through the current stage and advance to the legendary realm. Coincidentally, he had an authority in his hands that could trigger the resonance of the rule lines, and even the resonance of the rule lines. This became an obvious shortcut on his current path to the legendary level. As for the power that was not mentioned, it was because Seito's power had already begun to evolve in the direction of the World Force after being cleansed many times by the World Force. Therefore, the power in his body now was not inferior to the power of the legendary level, and there was no need for any qualitative change. In this way, as he silently triggered the authority and felt the resonance of the rule lines, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning of the second day. It was now the middle of summer in June, and the sky was now completely bright. At this time, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the rockery behind the shrine where Eriko was in seclusion. Not yet finished to be continued. Chapter 11:28. This is a breakthrough? Seito, who was interrupted by the sudden fluctuation, turned his head to look in the direction of the fluctuation, and said in astonishment. Without hesitation, he removed the Shadow Clone Guard outside and immediately activated instant transmission to leave the room and appeared in front of the rockery where Eriko was in seclusion. In less than a minute, Suzu Ito, Mayo, Yiyi, Erika, Liliana, Kanzen Yomi, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, and Kanuhata Sai all appeared in front of the rockery. As for Xiaoping Linghua and Buggy Lulu, who only knew simple kung fu, and Zhou Xianlin, who had exquisite kung fu but was not at the level of a high-level kung fu master, they found it difficult to move under this burst of pressure. Their faces were full of sweat as they panted in the room. Mayo, Yiyi, Erika, Lily, Yomi, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, and Kanuhata, you all go back and rest. Elder sister and I will stay here. Seito quickly said when he saw so many people here. Okay. Erika, Liliana, and the others looked at each other and nodded one after another, then turned around and walked back to the room. However, it was impossible to let them rest at ease at this time. I will also stay. Yiyi looked at Seito and said, no need. Mother will still have to rely on herself. Even I can't help much. You and Mayo should also go back. Seito slightly shook his head and said, then, okay. Yiyi opened his mouth and nodded. Then, he returned to the room with Mayo. The moment after Mayo and Yiyi left, a large number of formations suddenly appeared on the rockery and a gap suddenly opened. Eriko, whose eyes flashed with suppressed excitement, walked out of the rockery. Mother, mother! Seito and Suzu Ito called out at the same time. Phew, I feel that the tribulation thunder is coming. I will leave first. Eriko smiled at Seito and Suzu Ito, then looked up at the sky and said, Mother, wait. Just as Eriko was about to leave, Seito quickly called out to her. Eriko looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. Seito, who knew how fast the tribulation thunder was coming, didn't waste any time. He directly raised his hand and pointed at Eriko's forehead. A spiritual beam instantly flew out from his finger and shot toward Eriko's forehead. Eriko, who didn't think that Seito would harm her, didn't resist. She allowed the spiritual beam to enter her forehead. In an instant, a large amount of information appeared in Eriko's mind at an extremely fast speed. The main content was about the current world and the situation of those monsters after she broke through in seclusion. Ah Ching, do you mean? A moment later, a voice rang out. After reading the information, Eriko understood. Her original plan of leaving home to go through the tribulation transcendence at sea was basically impossible now. She couldn't help but frown slightly as she looked at Seito and asked. Go to the mountainous area at the junction of Akikuruno City and Asucho to transcend the tribulation transcendence, Seito said straightforwardly. Okay, Eriko nodded without hesitation. Seeing that Eriko had agreed, Seito turned his head to look at Suzu Ito and said, Big sister, you continue to stay at home and watch over the shrine. I'll go help Mother Transcendence the Tribulation Transcendence. Okay. You guys be careful, Suzu Ito nodded with a serious expression, then looked at Seito and Eriko and instructed. Seito and Eriko nodded in unison. Seito activated instant transmission and disappeared from Suzu Ito's sight. The next moment, they appeared in a small mountain forest between Akikuruno City and Asucho. Mother, the rest is up to you, Seito looked at Eriko and said seriously. Don't worry, your mother won't lose to your son, Eriko said with a gentle smile. Then you have to work hard, mother. Your son has already found the path to legend rank. If you don't hurry up and catch up, you'll be left behind by me. Seito knew that Eriko was comforting him, so he took the opportunity to tease her. Really? Eriko said with a look of astonishment. Of course, don't you know who your son is? Seito said with a proud look. Okay, mother, I'll work hard, Eriko nodded and said seriously. Rumble. At this moment, a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky above the forest. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the cloud. Mother, when you're transcending the tribulation, remember to expand your domain to the limit. Only then can your domain be completely tempered by the tribulation lightning. Even if your domain shrinks greatly after the tribulation, your starting point will still be higher than those who left some leeway. Seito hurriedly explained his tribulation transcendence experience when he saw the tribulation lightning. Okay. Eriko nodded seriously and noted it down. Move back a little, Eriko said. Seito nodded and teleported out of the tribulation lightning's range. He stood at the edge of the tribulation lightning and looked at Eriko, who had expanded her domain to the maximum, with a worried look in his eyes. At the same time, Jyo, who Seito had seen in Tokyo's Kokyo, Tsukumon Eugene, who was behind the scenes in the Ministry of Environment, Ayase Shrine's Grand Priest Namco, Jinyen Sek's Great Monk Jingjing, Tiantai Sek's Radiant Zen Master, and Hokkaido's Shifter Clan's Crow Wolf Masamune all looked in the direction of the tribulation lightning. It's actually there. Several people who knew Ito-sei's location very well frowned almost at the same time. Is there going to be another S-level master? I just don't know what the relationship between this level S expert and that kid, Seito, benefactor, young man, is. Thinking of this, their eyes flashed at the same time. As for what it was, only they knew. Boom. At this time, after a period of brewing, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the clouds in the sky and directly bombarded Eriko's domain. Under this lightning strike, Eriko's face abruptly turned pale and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. At the same time, the huge domain she spread out that covered an area of more than 800 meters started to shrink under the tribulation lightning's forging. Just from the range of Eriko's domain at this time, Eriko's spiritual cultivation was double that of Sei-Ito's. It must be known that Sei-Ito's initial domain covered a radius of about 1,500 meters, and that was the result of the heavy pressure of the sea water. If it was on land, the range would definitely exceed 1,600 meters. However, this was only for Sei-Ito. If it was a normal promotion, most people would be at the same level as Eriko. There were even many people who were not as good as Eriko. Therefore, in terms of average range, with the resources provided by Sei-Ito, even if Eriko was promoted to level S, she would not be at the bottom. Mother, activate your domain. At this time, Ito-sei suddenly transmitted his voice to Eriko's ear using the method of condensing sound into a line. Hearing this, Eriko's spirit was shaken, and she hurriedly operated her own domain. In an instant, an inexplicable mysterious wave immediately spread from Eriko's domain. Sanskrit characters began to appear on the outer wall of the domain. A huge pentagram formation commonly used in yin-yang techniques appeared under Eriko's feet, emitting a faint golden light. Boom! At the same time as the domain was activated, another thunderbolt fell from the sky. Mother is walking the traditional path of yin-yang. Sei-Ito frowned as he looked at the scene of Eriko's domain. At this moment, the scene of Eriko's domain changed again. The image of a graceful witch holding a gold and silver fan, a bronze bell, a wooden sail, a short mulberry tree branch, but most of them were holding a katana appeared in the large blank space between the Sanskrit characters on the domain wall, exuding a mysterious, sacred, profound, and biting cold aura. As expected of Mother, she actually added her own will on the traditional path. Seeing the new scene, Sei-Ito couldn't help but smile. However, as the person being praised by Sei-Ito, Eriko didn't care about what her son thought of her. She was fully focused on activating her domain to resist the thunderbolts that kept falling from the sky. After being struck by lightning for more than 10 minutes, when Eriko's domain was less than 100 meters, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally dissipated slowly, revealing the clear sky and warm sunlight again. Poof! After the tribulation clouds passed, Eriko, who had just retracted her domain, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and she was about to fall to the ground. Sei-Ito's figure flashed and immediately appeared beside Eriko. He stretched out his arms and hugged Eriko. Phew, finally made it. Eriko smiled weakly. Yes, from now on, Mother is also an S-level master who can affect the operation of a domain. Congratulations, congratulations. Sei-Ito, who was also happy for Eriko's advancement, joked. Let's go back quickly. You don't know how anxious Big Sister is at this time. And let's go back. Eriko nodded in agreement. Sei-Ito didn't talk nonsense and immediately teleported back to the shrine with Eriko. Mother. Seeing Eriko's pale face, Suzu-Ito hurriedly ran to Sei-Ito's side to help support Eriko. At the same time, she called out with a worried expression. Auntie. At this time, Yi also hurriedly ran out and said with concern. At the same time, Mayo, Erika, and the others also ran out. They are. Eriko looked at the other women with a stunned expression. Then, as if she understood something, she turned to look at her son, Sei-Ito, with a meaningful expression. Hee. Sei-Ito, who was embarrassed by Eriko's meaningful gaze, could only laugh dryly in a low voice. Chapter 11:29. P.S. Thanks to T. Canister, Demonic Dragonwolf, Malice Section Blade, Apocalypse God King, NXCX, and Nickfanny for their precious monthly vote. Thanks to NXCX for his reward. Eriko already had some idea of this situation long ago, and she was very happy to see it. Therefore, she just put on an act and looked at Karen, Velretta, Jianshan Yellow Spring, Erika, Liliana, Oriana, Kinuhata Sai, Zhou Xianlin, Baki Lulu, and Zayahira Linghua in front of her with a smile. As for Shinya and Yi, Eriko had already seen them countless times, so she didn't do anything special. Seeing Eriko's gaze that clearly looked like she was looking at her daughter-in-law, whether it was Karen, Velreta, Jianshan Yellow Spring, Zhou Xianlin, and Baki Lulu, or Erika, Liliana, Oriana, and Zayahira Linghua or Kanuhata Sai, who were only in an ambiguous relationship with Sei-to for the time being, or Kanuhata Sai, all of them immediately showed an embarrassed expression, or lowered their heads with blushing cheeks, or looked to the side, or generously smiled in response to Eriko's gaze. "It's been hard on you." At this time, Eriko said softly, and deliberately looked at Yi apologetically. "No, Auntie." Yi, who was looked at by Eriko, blushed and quickly waved his hand. "It's not hard at all." The others also quickly echoed. "You got lucky." Suzu Ito moved her head behind Eriko's back and silently mouthed. She said with a look of mockery. Sei-to, who was standing at the side, had an awkward expression on his face, not knowing what to do. "Okay, let's go in," Eriko said. Yes, let's go in quickly," Sei-to quickly said. Immediately after, the people who were blocking the door moved aside spontaneously, allowing Eriko, who was supported by Sei-to and Suzu Ito, to enter the house first. Only then did they look at each other and step into the room one after another. He didn't know if it was because he saw so many outstanding daughters-in-law or because he had broken through to S-class. Eriko chatted with the girls for a while with great interest. Only then did he return to his bedroom, feeling a little tired. He began to recover from his injuries and adapt to his new power so that he could return to his peak state as soon as possible. "Big sister, since mother has already come out of seclusion, why don't you come out? You should enter seclusion as well. Try to become our family's third S-class master as soon as possible." After settling down Eriko, Sei-to said softly as he walked out of Eriko's bedroom with Suzu Ito. "As for the outside matters, leave it to Yi and the others. In this situation, is it okay for me to enter seclusion?" Suzu Ito asked hesitantly. "The current situation looks very dangerous. In fact, it doesn't have much to do with our family. At least, the only thing that can hold us back, Akaruno City, has been defended not long ago. After that, at most, the city's reconstruction and construction work will be at most. There will be no war, so it's not a problem for you to enter seclusion," Sei-to explained with a smile. "All right then." Suzu Ito thought about it carefully and found that whether she was there or not really had no impact on the overall situation. It was better to break through to S-class quickly to increase the deterrence of the Ito family. So, she nodded and agreed. Then, Suzu Ito chatted with Sei-to for a while. Then, she said goodbye to Yi and the others. Under Sei-to's gaze, she walked into the rockery where Eriko had entered seclusion. She completely disappeared into the rockery that was tightly closed and completely invisible to the naked eye. Then, Sei-to turned around and returned to the room. After returning to the living room, Sei-to glanced around the room and asked, "Where's Yi?" "She's a witch in the divine court." Mayo, who was drinking water from a cup, replied. Sei-to nodded and walked to the table and sat down. "Xianglin, go and call all the generals here," Sei-to said to Zhou Xianglin, who was standing on the side. Zhou Xianglin nodded, turned around, and walked into the room to call the others. Soon, Erika, Liliana, Karen, Veleta, Jianshan Yomi, Buggy Lulu, Oriana, Kanuhata Sai, Shimaping Linghua, and Zhou Xianglin all came to the living room. "My king," Liliana called in a serious tone. "Little brother, why did you call big sister here?" Oriana asked lazily. "Oriana, please watch your words and actions." Liliana glanced at Oriana and said sternly, "Oh, little sister, you have a big temper." Oriana's mouth slightly curled up and looked at Liliana with interest. This kind of tit-for-tat situation often appeared in Sei-to's life after the Daikyolyuya city was safe. Therefore, when this kind of situation occurred, the vixen-like Erika and Jianshan Yomi, who loved to watch a show, immediately stood aside with their arms crossed and looked at the two with an expression of watching a good show. As for the others, they either frowned or ignored the two and went around them to stand beside Seito. "Here they are again, so noisy," Kinuhata Sai muttered in a low voice. Okay, stop messing around, I have something to discuss with you," Itose said with a headache as he looked at Liliana, who had summoned her beloved sword, and Oriana, who had made her own shorthand book. "Yes, my king." Liliana immediately put away her weapon and complied. "Big sister, I will listen to you, little brother. I won't argue with this hypocritical woman." Oliana winked at Itose and said in a charming voice, "Who are you calling a hypocrite?" Liliana glared at Oliana with her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed. "Whoever answers will be the one." Oriana didn't care about Liliana's attitude at all, and walked to Seito's side and sat down. "You." Liliana had the urge to summon her silver grandmaster again. Seeing this, Seito directly moved his mind. He used instant transmission to move Liliana into his arms and stretched out his arms to put her on his lap. "Okay, Liliana. My king, how can you do this?" Seeing herself suddenly appear in Seito's arms, Liliana's face immediately flushed red and she stuttered. "I called everyone here to discuss the transformation plan of Akakuruno City." Seito ignored Liliana and said to Erika, Shinya, and the others, "My king's plan is?" Erika also put away the frivolous smile on her face and asked with a serious expression. "This is the plan, take a look," Seito said as he flipped his hand and took out several bound white paper books and handed them to everyone. Erika and the others didn't hesitate and reached out to take the plan in their hands and read it. While everyone, including Liliana, was focusing on the proposal, Lin Sanjia's eyes lit up. Seito, who was bored, gently stroked Liliana's slender thigh. My king, please don't be like this." Feeling the strangeness from her thigh, Liliana nervously looked up at everyone and found that no one was paying attention to her. Then she whispered to Seito in a voice that only she and Seito could hear. Of course, this was a magic trick. Otherwise, except for Shermira Linghua, Kinuhata Sai, and Buki Lulu, who couldn't hear her words, everyone else could definitely hear Liliana's request. "Don't move too much, others will notice." Seito slightly smiled. He said in Liliana's mind through telepathy. Hearing Seito's words, Liliana's body immediately stiffened. She maintained her current posture and didn't dare to move. She was afraid that her embarrassed appearance would be seen by others, especially by her rival Erika and the newcomer coquettish Oliana. If that happened, she didn't want to live anymore. Why does the completed city look a bit like Academy City? At this time, Oliana looked up at Seito and said with a puzzled expression. "Yes, in terms of infrastructure, I'm planning to follow the Academy City's appearance. I'm going to completely enclose New Akiya, including the Sunrise City, with high walls, and carry out an ultra-modern transformation of the city." Seito nodded and confirmed. "According to the plan, my king intends to make the city completely independent, but what about the food, vegetables, fruits, and fish that the people rely on to survive?" Erika asked. "If we rely on external purchasing channels, even if the city is independent, it may be controlled by others. Regarding food and other issues, I intend to imitate the method of the small world on the basis of the Sunrise City to create another world for agricultural development and to settle some secret industries." Seito turned to look at Erika and explained. "Small world?" Erika, who had never been exposed to the concept of a small world, asked with some doubts. Seeing this, Seito directly projected what a small world was and the situation of the demon realm, one of the small worlds he had come into contact with, into everyone's minds to help them understand the concept of a small world. In that case, there's no problem. After a while, Erika, who understood the existence of the small world, nodded with a reserved smile on her face. How do we solve the manpower problem? At this time, Buggy Lulu asked. It's simple. Now that the whole city is idle, we can directly mobilize and recruit people. Although they can't do delicate work, they can still be material porters. We can also take this opportunity to make the whole city active again. Otherwise, if they all stay at home, there will be no currency circulation, and the city will die. Seito smiled. As for the real construction workers, I will invest in a group of special construction robots, enough for us to carry out a major transformation of the city. What about the materials? If we follow the requirements of the plan, there are many materials that the city can't provide at all, unless you take them out yourself. Zhen Yi curled his lips and said, What's there to be reluctant about building a city for myself? Seito shook his head indifferently and replied. In this way, without saying a word, the contents of the plan were thoroughly discussed. Is there any problem now? Seito looked at everyone and asked. After Erica and the others all shook their heads, Seito nodded and said, Since there are no problems, then let's carry out the plan. Erica, you will be responsible for the city's transformation plan, and you will be responsible for communicating with the existing government staff in Akikuruno City. Seito looked at Erica and ordered. Yes, King. Erica smiled sweetly and replied. Linghua, you will be responsible for assisting Erica. Seito turned his head and looked at Shimohira Linghua, who was standing on the side. Okay. Shimohira Linghua quickly nodded and agreed. Karen, Valletta, you two will be responsible for the city's security. And you can use Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style and Gunawal to patrol the sky. Then, Seito looked at Karen and Valletta and said, Okay. Karen and Valletta nodded and agreed. Natale, Liliana, Kinuhada, and Xianlin, you four will be responsible for supervising the entire project. Then, Seito ordered Liliana, Bucky Lulu, Kinuhada Sai, and Zhou Xianlin, who were in his arms. Yes. King, okay/understood. Bucky Lulu, Liliana, Kinuhada Sai, and Zhou Xianlin replied together. Oriana, your mission is more important. Try your best to find out if there are any spies from other forces that might have infiltrated the city. Reduce the possibility of the secret being leaked. Seito turned his head and looked at Oriana, who was sitting beside him, and ordered. Of course, if you need support, you can directly ask Karen and Valletta or even Kinuhada Sai for help. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Oriana smiled charmingly. That's it, let's begin. Seito finally announced. Yes. Erica and the others who received the mission replied in unison. Wait. Just as Erica and the others were about to go back to the house to start work, Shinya, who didn't receive a mission, called out to them with an unhappy expression, Why didn't you arrange anything for me? Because I need you to stay at home and deal with any situation that may happen at any time with Yi. You can be considered as a mobile personnel. Seito paused here, then suddenly smiled and joked, and I also need someone to stay behind to take care of everyone's stomachs. You must know that humans are made of iron, and rice is made of steel. If you miss a meal, you will go hungry. You bastard, go to hell. Initially, Shinya was quite satisfied with the first part, but after hearing the last part of the joke, he immediately became furious. He wrapped the empty cup in his hand with ki and threw it at Seito's head. Whoosh, wrapped in ki, the cup was like a meteor, instantly arriving in front of Seito. Seito didn't seem to do anything, but the cup suddenly stopped in front of him. Seito calmly reached out and grabbed it. He fiddled with it while smiling at Shinya, who was still angry but didn't smile. After fooling around, Erica and the others who received the contact number of the Akiyuko city government and the authority to manage the multifunctional robots in the city immediately returned to the house and started working. Chapter 1130. After leaving the room, Seito immediately launched instant transmission and disappeared from the shrine. He appeared in the forest that Eriko had used to transcend her tribulation when she was promoted to rank S. Then, his figure flashed and instantly turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing. The next moment, located about 100 meters underground, Seito's figure reappeared. "Let's clear out a small space first," Seito, who had used Earth Release to hide in the soil, felt a little aggrieved. As soon as his mind fell, a dark hole instantly appeared around him, swallowing the surrounding soil. After a while, a cubic space about 5 by 5 by 5 appeared in front of Seito. "Not bad," Seito, who had just looked at the dark space he had just created, said with satisfaction. "Rubik's Cube, start the search program. Find the largest half-plane, capture it, and fix it here." Then, Seito ordered the Rubik's Cube with his mind. That's right, this small cube space he had just created was the place he was going to use to fix the half-plane's coordinates. If it was an ordinary space capture, the space would definitely be captured and swallowed by the Rubik's Cube in the end, just like the space bubble he used to create the storage space when he first got the Rubik's Cube. However, Seito did not simply want to capture space this time. Instead, he wanted to create a production base that could provide the daily needs of the residents of Akikuruno City. This required an actual coordinate that could be used to fix the half-plane to act as a space spear, just like the legendary Blessed Enclave. Search begins. The second space search operation since he got the Rubik's Cube was launched instantly. Search complete. Target half-plane locked. Entering capture program. Capture program started after a pause of about 2 seconds. The Rubik's Cube's information appeared again. A half-plane capture successful. Begin dragging. After a few seconds of pause, a long report appeared in Itosei's mind. Space-time spear projection completed. Beginning fusion of space nodes. The space-time spear projection completed. Beginning fusion of space nodes. Fusion complete. Half-plane connection complete. Finally, the magic cube reported. Hearing this, Itosei didn't immediately enter the half-plane he captured to check it out. Instead, he immediately formed a complicated seal with his hand. He mobilized his energy and set up layers of barriers and defensive arrays in this three-dimensional underground space. He began to modify the underground space. 10 minutes later, Seito, who had set up countless layers of defense and concealment barriers, finally released his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Of course, this was to prevent anyone from discovering the space-time spear of this half-plane. Then, he would use the space-time spear as the starting point to forcibly break into the half-plane. Seito would never place the entrance to the demi-plane here. That would be too troublesome. What's more, Seito, who had the dimensional transfer magic he got from magical girl Naya, didn't intend to open a portal for this demi-plane at all. Instead, he planned to use the magic circle as a way in and out. As for now, there was no magic circle set up in the half-plane. With the spatial coordinates recorded by the magic cube and the spacetime spear, Seito was fully capable of entering the half-plane from anywhere on Earth. At this time, a mid-style magic circle emitting bright white light suddenly appeared under Seito's feet. Then, with a flash of light, Seito disappeared from the underground space in an instant. At the same time, in a desolate space with only sporadic greenery, Seito's figure appeared in the space with a sudden appearance of a mid-style magic circle. So big. Seito, who was suspended in mid-air, sighed softly. The space of the half-plane itself was very large. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the so-called paradise. What's more, the order during the capture was to capture the largest one. So, of course, the space of the half-plane that was captured was even larger. Even compared to the half-plane he had seen and stayed in for a long time, the demonic realm, it was not inferior. The reason why the demonic realm was so big, in addition to the strength of the mage who created the small world of the half-plane, was that since the beginning of the plane, it had never stopped strengthening and expanding. That was why there was such a large space. And Sei Ito had such a large space from the beginning. As long as he was willing to put in a little effort, it would only be a matter of time before it surpassed the area of the demonic realm. Magic Cube, find the boundary artifact of this half-plane. Sei Ito, who withdrew his gaze, ordered in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a special wave instantly spread out in all directions with Sei Ito as the center. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Sei Ito's perception. The so-called boundary artifact was the control center of a demiplane that was like a complete world but not a complete world. Only by obtaining the boundary artifact in the demiplane could one truly obtain the demiplane and have the ability to modify the demiplane. Of course, not every half-plane had a boundary artifact. Generally, only half-planes that were close to a complete world could have a boundary artifact, which was the origin of everything in a complete world. And from what Sei Ito felt and the current state of the half-plane, it was very likely that there was a boundary artifact in this half-plane. Sure enough, in the next moment, the magic cube's information appeared in Sei Ito's mind, indicating the location of the boundary artifact. After receiving the reply, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately flew toward the location indicated by the magic cube in his mind. Flying at close to the speed of sound, Sei Ito quickly arrived at the location where the boundary artifact was hidden, above a barren hill that looked like a graveyard. Sei Ito pointed down with one hand, and the barren hill immediately split into two as if it had been cut by something, revealing a jade-like object that was wrapped in a mysterious boundary formed by the power of the world. Sei Ito controlled his body and slowly landed next to the jade-like object. He reached out his hand and approached the boundary that protected it. As soon as Sei Ito's hand approached the boundary, it immediately seemed to be corroded by a corrosive substance. White smoke rose from his palm, and at the same time, a great pain transmitted from his palm to the bottom of his heart. Magic Cube, devour this power of the world, Sei Ito ordered with a frown as he endured the corrosive pain. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible protective membrane instantly appeared on his palm. A strong suction force then erupted, rapidly sucking and devouring the power of the world from the boundary. The magic cube, which specialized in using the power of the world as energy and food, devoured the power of the world. In just over a minute, the boundary that wrapped around the jade-like object dissipated, completely exposing the jade-like object to Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed the jade-like object. Then, Sei Ito used his own power to force a drop of blood from the tip of his finger onto the surface of the jade-like object. He then used his mind power and the power in his body to refine the jade-like object. In an instant, the blood on the jade-like object seemed to be absorbed and disappeared from the surface of the jade-like object. Then, the jade-like object itself flashed and disappeared from Sei Ito's palm. It melted into his body and finally settled down in Sei Ito's dantian. Buzz! At the same time the jade-like object settled down, the entire half-plane suddenly produced a personal vibration. Then, a feeling of being able to control everything in the half-plane appeared in Sei Ito's heart. Striking while the iron was hot, Sei Ito hurriedly sat cross-legged in the void and began to use the spatial artifact to transform the half-plane. At the same time, he added various defensive arrays to the half-plane, as well as world power, various spiritual powers of the 5 elements, and some other elemental substances. He integrated them into the half-plane's energy circulation system, causing the various energies in the half-plane to rapidly increase. Naturally, such as world power, spiritual powers of the 5 elements, and other elemental substances were all supplied by the world of the magic cube. And this transformation took Sei Ito nearly 3 days. But after these 3 days of transformation, the entire half-plane had undergone earth-shaking changes. It had changed from a desolate world with only sporadic greenery to a beautiful world full of greenery with clear and comfortable air. At this time, Ito Sei waved his arm, and a large amount of energy instantly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be controlled by him, and it quickly divided into a dozen energy of the same strength. It quickly condensed and condensed. After a while, they all turned into pearl-sized energy balls that bloomed with magnificent light. Then, after floating quietly for about 5 minutes, the pearl-sized energy balls once again erupted with energy, and then turned into beautiful girls of only 30 to 40 centimeters tall, wearing cute and transparent clothes. They appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The pearl-sized energy balls from before were the necessary qualifications of the magisters in the magical girl Naya's world, the nuclei of thought. And these little girls were the little magisters he made based on the guardian knights he obtained from the Book of Night Sky, little fairies. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Seito waved his hand and dozens of sacks appeared around him, as well as all kinds of labor tools that could be found in the main world, and tied up live chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, sheep, and various fish seedlings raised in water tanks. Yes, master, the fairies replied in unison. Well then, I'll go back first. I'll come to see you guys next time, Seito said as he stretched out his hand and rubbed the heads of the fairies he made one by one. Master, you have to keep your word, one of the fairies said. Yes, Seito promised with a smile. Then, with a flash of his figure, he left the half-plane space with the dimensional movement array and returned to the main world. Then, he used instant transmission to return to his home behind the shrine. After Itose disappeared, the fairies who stayed in the demiplane first looked around. Then, they took out their tools and seeds and began to plant food and vegetables and raise various kinds of poultry in the demiplane. Chapter 1131. My king, you're finally back, Erika said with a sigh of relief when she saw Seito suddenly appear in the room. What's wrong? Seito looked at Erika in surprise. Because everything is ready except for the materials my king provided, so I'm a little anxious, Erika said with a reserved smile. Is that so? I see, I'll prepare the materials for you, Seito said. With Erika's intelligence, you must have prepared a warehouse to store the materials. Where is it? Seito looked at Erika and smiled. Yes, my king, the warehouse is at the south end of the city, at XX Street. Erika raised her head proudly and replied. Seito nodded and used instant transmission to move Erika to his side. He reached out and hugged her waist, then used instant transmission again to move Erika to the location of the warehouse she mentioned. The next moment, Seito and Erika appeared outside the warehouse. My king is still as capricious as ever, Erika said in a low voice, her body still in the same position as when she was suddenly hugged. But this is good, isn't it? Seito, who didn't let go of her because they reached the warehouse, smiled. Well, I don't find a domineering king annoying. Erika chuckled softly. Itose chuckled, and under Erika's guidance, he walked into the empty warehouse with her in his arms. Seito, who was standing at the entrance of the warehouse, moved his mind, and a large amount of steel and alchemy materials for building magic towers and other magic buildings appeared in the warehouse. They were neatly piled up. The reason why Seito provided materials for magicians to build magic towers or experiments was because in the city transformation plan he provided before, not only did it imitate the basic construction plan of Academy City, but it also included magic towers that acted as a part of the city's defense system and other functions. Then the two left the warehouse that was already full, closed the door, and walked into another empty warehouse. Seito continued to fill it up, one after another, until all the empty warehouses were filled up. Seito's work was temporarily over. Yamanaka, you can send someone to transport the materials. At this time, Erika took out a small mobile phone and put it to her ear and ordered. Yes. On the phone. A middle-aged man responded in a serious tone. Replied. Karen, I've notified the staff to come and transport the construction materials. Please mobilize the robots in the city to assist along the way. Then, Erika, who hung up the call with Yamanaka or something, made another phone call. Okay. On the phone. Karen's voice was very crisp. Don't say that. You really have the feeling of a strong woman. Seito looked at Erika in his arms and smiled. I'm very confident in commanding people. Erika, who has been exposed to Western civilization since she was a child, smiled without modesty. King, let's go back, there should be something to do later. I can't stay here and accompany you in a daze. Then, Erika raised her hand and gently flicked her long blonde hair that was blown by the summer wind. Okay. Seito nodded in agreement, then launched instant transmission and took Erika back to the Shin family's home. King. As soon as Seito and Erika appeared at home, Liliana's somewhat awe-inspiring voice sounded in their ears. Then, Bucky Lulu, Zhou Xianlin, and Kinuhata Saiai's figures also appeared in the room. It seems that you have already received the news, then I don't need to inform you one by one. Erika looked at Liliana and the other three who appeared in the room one after another and smiled. Although I received the news that the materials are ready, without the construction workers, the project will be impossible to complete. So, where are the workers? Kinuhata Saiai looked at Seito and asked. The workers are easy to deal with, come with me. Seito, who naturally let go of Erika, nodded slightly, then turned around and left the room. Liliana, Bucky Lulu, Zhou Xianlin, and Kinuhata Saiai quickly followed. Seito and the other four bypassed the Shinto in front of them and followed the mountain path to the open space at the foot of the mountain. Then, without any movement from Seito, a large number of androids appeared in front of Liliana and the other three like an army. Then, Seito sent 4 little girls that looked like Little Spirit Dream and the fairies in the semiplane to Liliana, Bucky Lulu, Zhou Xianlin, and Kinuhata Saiai and said, the 4 of them are the managers of this batch of androids. If you have any orders, you can directly pass them down. Looking at the 4 super cute little girls in front of them, Liliana who loved to fantasize, Bucky Lulu who would only show a gentle expression in front of Seito and children, and Zhou Xianlin who rarely showed any interest in anything, all 3 of them revealed expressions of admiration and fondness. They happily communicated with the little girls floating in front of them. When Kinuhata Saiai saw this, she curled her lips and also started chatting with the little girl in front of her. After a while, Liliana and the others, who had gotten to know each other, gave the command to activate the androids through their respective little girls. After greeting Seito, they led their respective androids to the areas that they were responsible for. After watching Liliana and the other 3 leave, Seito shrugged and turned around to walk up the mountain. Oh right, Cheng, a woman called Kuraki Mai called earlier. After greeting Yi who was in the middle of finishing his work, Seito was about to head to the backyard. Suddenly, Yi remembered something and hurriedly called out to Seito. When did it happen? Ito-sei paused when he heard this and asked with some doubts. Yesterday. Yi replied. Got it. Seito nodded in response. Then, he turned around and walked down the mountain again. Along the way, he took out his phone and looked at it. I was wondering why there was no notification, so it's out of battery. Seito looked at the dark screen and was speechless. Then, with a thought, a weak electric current instantly emerged from his palm and wrapped around the phone. It lasted for about 2 seconds before it disappeared. Then, Seito rebooted the phone in his palm. Accompanied by a burst of pleasant music, the phone that was out of battery lit up again and entered the interface of the phone. Then, more than 5 seconds after the interface appeared, a series of notifications rang out from the phone. So many. Seito looked at the number of missed calls and text messages displayed on the screen. Ito-sei moved his fingers slightly and checked the missed calls and text messages one by one. He found that in addition to the expected contact from Kuraki Mai, there were also contact from Okamura Hatsuen, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, Shigaki Yui, Nagasawa Masami, and Kashiwagi Yuki, who were close to strangers. Sei Ito, who didn't understand the situation, put the phone in his pocket and used instant transmission to disappear from the mountain path. He teleported to the hotel where Kuraki Mai and the others were staying and appeared directly in Kuraki Mai's room. At this time, Kuraki Mai was lying on the bed with the virtual reality game connected helmet that Sei Ito sent to her. She was obviously playing the game to kill time. Sei Ito saw this and smiled. He quietly climbed onto Kuraki Mai's bed and lay down. He lifted the bottom of Kuraki Mai's black short-sleeved t-shirt and placed his palm directly on her abdomen. He quickly slid his palm up to Kuraki Mai's chest and gently rubbed it. The moment Sei Ito touched her vital part, the notification light on Kuraki Mai's helmet instantly turned from green to red and was removed by Kuraki Mai. This was not because Sei Ito's action alarmed Kuraki Mai, but because the game helmet was made with the safety of the player in mind. Therefore, it was installed with a warning system. When an intruder came within 5 meters of the player, the game helmet would automatically alert the player. Otherwise, how could Kuraki Mai remove the helmet so quickly? Phew! You scared me. After removing the helmet, Kuraki Mai saw that the person beside her was Sei Ito. She heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. Seeing that Kuraki Mai was completely awake, Ito Sei didn't hesitate anymore. He directly turned over and pressed on Kuraki Mai's body. He used his hands to push her black short-sleeved t-shirt to her shoulders, revealing her naked chest. He lowered his head and sucked on one of the steamed buns. "Why are you looking for me?" Sei Ito asked vaguely. Kuraki Mai felt something strange in her chest and raised her head to let out a low moan. "You bastard, let go of me first." Kuraki Mai pushed Sei Ito's head with a little force. "Okay, what is it?" Sei Ito lay down beside Kuraki Mai again and continued to play with the buns while asking. "Actually, it's not about me. Someone asked me for help." Kuraki Mai frowned slightly as she endured Sei Ito's teasing. "Some of my friends want to stay in Akikuruno City temporarily." For some reason, Kuraki Mai emphasized the word friend as if there was a hidden meaning behind it. "Tokyo?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Yes." Kuraki Mai replied softly. "Why would they ask you for help?" Sei Ito was surprised. "It's because you asked me to use my connections to invite some celebrities to hold a concert here to help you appease the public. They all know that I'm in Akikuruno City. Plus, the situation at that time was very special. With their intelligence, they more or less guessed that I might be related to some expert in Akikuruno City, so," Kuraki Mai said with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 1132. P.S. Thank you to Z882339 and Shirley for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Nickfany and Wygede for their tips. So those guys saw that Tokyo is in danger and this place is very comfortable, so they want to come over? Without waiting for Kuraki Mai to finish, Sei Ito sneered. At this point, Sei Ito also understood why Kuraki Mai's face turned sour when she talked about her friends. Indeed, Kuraki Mai had extended an invitation to his so-called friends back then, but none of them had accepted, had they not? And according to the situation at that time, Kuraki Mai could completely understand their feelings. Apart from feeling a little depressed, she didn't feel anything. But now, when they saw that Tokyo was in danger and Kuraki Mai was ridiculously comfortable, they came to ask for help. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel good about it. And so on and so forth. Okumura Hatsuki, Maeda Atsuko, Itano Tomomi, and Yui Nigaki should be contacting each other because of this. But he didn't know why Kashiwagi Yuki and Nagasawa Masami, who were connected by chance, came to him. But it should be the same. After all, the entertainment circle was so big, who knows if they would contact each other inexplicably. Kuraki Mai whispered. Then what do you mean? Ito's fingers lightly pinched the soft flesh in his hand, and when Kuraki Mai slightly gasped, he asked indifferently. What can I say? Everything here is up to you. Kuraki Mai rolled her eyes at Ito. Then among those people who came to you for help, is there anyone who has a particularly good relationship with you? Or someone who can help you in your future career? Ito laughed and kissed Kuraki Mai's lip. No. Kuraki Mai thought for a moment and shook her head. Since that's the case, you can call them directly and tell them that the actual owner of Akakuruno City said that I welcome them to stay in Akakuruno City temporarily, but only if they can come over on their own, Ito said with a strange smile. You're so mean. How is this any different from rejecting them? Kuraki Mai looked at Ito as if she was looking at a bad person. How can it be the same? I'm giving them hope. You should know that I would directly reject anyone who wants to come to Akazuruno, Ito said exaggeratedly, as if he had been wronged. I can't be bothered with you, Kuraki Mai snapped. Ito then cuddled with Kuraki Mai for a while longer before getting up to leave. She walked towards Maeda Atsuko's room, which was closest to Kuraki Mai's room. Dang dang dang. Ito knocked on Maeda Atsuko's door. Creak soon. Following a soft sound, a woman wearing a blue and white striped, round-collared short-sleeved shirt and a pair of dark blue denim shorts completely exposed her fair arms and long legs. Her medium-length black hair was casually tied into a bun at the back of her head. Maeda Atsuko appeared in front of Ito with an unsealed snack in her right hand. You really live up to your reputation. Ito smiled as he looked at the snack in Maeda Atsuko's hand. I have nothing to do, so I can only eat something to pass the time, Maeda Atsuko said as she stepped aside and gestured for Ito to enter the room. Aren't there games? Why? You don't like to play? Ito asked as he walked into the room. It's not that I don't like it, but it's too difficult. It's completely realistic, so I haven't been able to level up until now, Maeda Atsuko said as she closed the door and walked into the room with a depressed expression. This is for your own good. Otherwise, how would you be able to use the good stuff in real life? Ito casually glanced at the bags of snacks on the table. Can I really bring out the things I learned in the game and use them in real life? Maeda Atsuko asked with a surprised expression. Of course. Ito nodded in confirmation. What about the skills I learned in the game? For example, magic in other games? Maeda Atsuko quickly asked. As long as you follow the game's requirements and learn it completely, then practice it a few times in real life. Ito answered with certainty. Wow! Maeda Atsuko exclaimed with a face full of surprise. By the way, you called me before because... Ito turned around and asked Maeda Atsuko. It's like this. Maeda Atsuko paused for a moment and then explained the reason she contacted him with embarrassment. The result was just as Ito had guessed. Someone came to her to scout for information and see if there was a chance to enter Akakuruno City. Are those people your good friends? Ito asked after hearing Maeda Atsuko's explanation. Maeda Atsuko didn't hesitate and nodded straightforwardly. Are there a lot of people? After all, Maeda Atsuko was one of the people who had helped when the situation in Akakuruno City happened. She was also his friend. Since she had asked him for help, if there were not many people, Ito-sei was willing to help her. Anyway, it was just a matter of teleporting back and forth. It was really not a troublesome matter. So he asked one by one. It's a bit too many. Maeda Atsuko became embarrassed again and quietly stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice. How many? Ito was stunned. Well, about a dozen. Maeda Atsuko carefully observed Ito's expression and said. Is it just a dozen or a dozen with relatives and friends? Ito frowned and asked again. It's the case that their relatives and friends are not included. Maeda Atsuko lowered her head slightly and replied like a child who did something wrong. Sigh, if it's just a dozen people, it's not so bad. But if you include relatives and friends, the number is estimated to exceed 100, or even more, so I'm sorry. Ito looked at Maeda Atsuko in front of him and apologized helplessly. It's okay, it's me who should say sorry. I've caused you trouble. Hearing Ito's apologetic words, Maeda Atsuko quickly waved her hand and said, "They all live in Yoto now." Ito, who didn't want to go back and forth with Maeda Atsuko, asked instead. "Yes, but they are not in the 4 districts you mentioned before." Maeda Atsuko nodded and replied, "Then you can ask them to find a way to move to the 4 districts, even if they live on the street." Ito nodded slightly and said, "But you don't have to be too pessimistic. Yoto is now the capital of a country. The country's population and elites gather. Unless it's absolutely necessary, the government will not give up other districts." "Okay." Maeda Atsuko nodded and responded with a low mood. "Well, I have to go to the other people's place, so I won't bother you. Also, remember to play more games when you have time. Maybe you will really get magic skills and become a magical girl," Ito said in a joking tone. "I hope so." In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine wearing a black witch robe, with a high pointy headband, and holding a big broom in her left hand. Maeda Atsuko, who had a fireball in her right hand, laughed. Then she sent Ito to the door, watched him walk out of the room, and closed the door. After leaving Maeda Atsuko's room, Ito immediately walked to Itano Tomomi's room next to him. Sure enough, Itano Tomomi's question was the same as Kuraki Mai and Maeda Atsuko's. They were all asking if there was a way to safely bring people to Akakuruno. However, compared to Maeda Atsuko, who still had more than 10 relatives and friends after leaving the AKB organization, Itano Tomomi, who had a lukewarm career, had fewer friends. She only had 4 or 5 friends, and half of them were from the AKB era. Although the number was small, they had already rejected Kuraki Mai and Maeda Atsuko's proposal. If he suddenly agreed to help Itano Tomomi now, it would be unfair to the other 2. Therefore, Ito also found an excuse to refuse. After chatting with Itano Tomomi for a while, he left and went to the other people's rooms. The matter was still the same. Whether it was Okumura Hatsuko, Shigakyui, or Kashiwagi Yuki, they all said the same thing as Kuraki Mai, Maeda Atsuko, and Itano Tomomi. Therefore, Ito, who had made up his mind to treat them uniformly, didn't ask about the number of relatives and friends and the specific situation of each person. He directly refused with a euphemistic excuse. In this regard, the few people who just wanted to talk about it didn't say anything and accepted it very casually. Finally, Ito came to Nagasawa Masami's room and knocked on the door. Nagasawa Masami, who was wearing a black sports vest and a pair of elastic shorts of the same color, appeared in front of Ito. Her beautiful body without any scars was exposed. Her medium-long hair was tied up with a fluffy pink elastic hairband. Her slightly exposed forehead was slightly sweaty. She looked like she was working out. "Oh, I didn't expect Castellan-sama to come. This little girl is really honored." Nagasawa Masami, who had a hearty smile on her face, stepped aside to let Ito in. "TSK, you said it the other way around. It should be me, a commoner, who should be honored to be received by a superstar like you," Ito also joked as he walked into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Ito noticed that the room had changed greatly. Everything had been moved to the side, turning the living room into a huge empty space. He asked in surprise, "What are you? Take a guess." Nagasawa Masami didn't treat him as an outsider at all. "Don't tell me you're using this place as a training ground." Ito turned to look at Nagasawa Masami as he smelled the scent that filled the room. He also recalled Nagasawa Masami's appearance. How did you guess?" Nagasawa Masami asked in surprise. First of all, the way you're dressed right now. This kind of outfit is obviously something that women in certain clubs would wear when they're exercising. Secondly, the sweat on your forehead. This room is obviously air-conditioned. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't be sweating. That's only possible if you've exercised a lot. Lastly, the smell that's filling the room. Ito explained the clues one by one like a detective. Smell? What smell? Nagasawa Masami asked in surprise as she sniffed. Of course, it's the smell on your body, Ito explained. Nagasawa Masami's face turned slightly red. She quickly raised her arm to her nose and sniffed. She asked in confusion, Am I that heavy? Normal people naturally can't smell it. But me. You know it. Ito sniffed and smiled. Do people like you all have such a sensitive sense of smell? Nagasawa Masami asked curiously. More or less. Anyone who cultivates will have their 5 senses gradually sharpen during the process of cultivation. The difference is that some people's 5 senses become especially sensitive, while others are just a little stronger than normal people. Ito nodded and explained. Oh. Nagasawa Masami nodded with a look of realization. By the way, you called me earlier because... Ito asked. It's like this. 2 days ago, I somehow completed a quest in the game and obtained a secret manual that can be used to cultivate in the real world. So, I wanted to ask you if it's true. Also, if it's true, I want to ask you to give me some guidance, Nagasawa Masami explained. You actually obtained a secret manual that can be used to cultivate in the real world? Ito looked at Nagasawa Masami in surprise. Yes. Nagasawa Masami nodded with a smile. By the way, without waiting for Ito's response, she immediately turned around and ran into the bedroom. It was not until half a minute later that she returned to the living room with a thin booklet made of printed paper. Nagasawa Masami walked up to Ito and handed the booklet to him. Fortunately, the game helmet can be connected to the computer outside, so I can print out this secret manual directly. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Basic Karate. A line of Japanese words filled the entire page, instantly reflected in Ito's eyes as he reached out to take the booklet. When he saw the name, Ito was certain that this book was a reward from a quest in the game. However, there were many skills called basic karate that he could throw into the game. Moreover, they were not necessarily from the same sect. Therefore, Ito had to flip through the contents of the booklet to determine which sect this secret manual that the lucky Nagasawa Masami had obtained was from. After a while, when Ito finished reading the booklet, Nagasawa Masami asked nervously, How is it? Chapter 1133. You're quite lucky, Ito said with a smile as he looked at Nagasawa Masami's expectant eyes. So you're saying that it's really possible to cultivate this in the real world? Nagasawa Masami asked in disbelief. That's right, Ito confirmed with a nod. How about it? Do you want to cultivate it? Ito asked with a smile. Changza Masami frowned when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment. Will it take a long time to learn it? Also, if I learn this, will my body change? Like those bodybuilders who have muscles all over their bodies? Nagasawa Masami asked with hesitation and worry. Don't worry, this is just a foundation. It's very easy to cultivate, and it won't take up much of your time. As for training until your body changes and muscles all over your body, that's even more impossible. Unless you're cultivating the wrong method, you won't be able to turn yourself into a muscular woman in a short amount of time, Ito explained to Nagasawa Masami with a smile. However, the only troublesome thing is that once you start cultivating this, you can't stop. Especially if you practice for a day, then stop for a day and practice again. If that's the case, you might as well not cultivate at all. At this point, Sei Ito's expression became more serious, and his tone became more serious. Nagasawa Masami hesitated again. Sei Ito didn't urge her. After all, it was best to make the decision on one's own. If one's decision was made because of external factors, it was very likely that one would give up at the beginning due to lack of determination. In that case, it would be better to not cultivate in the first place. All right. I've decided. Cultivate. After a while, Nagasawa Masami's expression became more and more determined. She let out a long breath and looked at Sei Ito. You've really decided? Sei Ito asked. Yes. With the situation outside, I won't be able to get any work in a short amount of time. Also, it's boring to stay here all the time, so I'll have time to practice, Nagasawa Masami replied with a bright smile on her face. Since you've decided, I'll start teaching you now. Sei Ito patted the printed book in his hand and nodded. Okay, Nagasawa Masami quickly replied with a serious expression. Immediately, Sei Ito began teaching Nagasawa Masami karate. However, since he had already taught him, Ito-sei also put in some effort. Even the origin of karate, as well as the theoretical knowledge behind it, were included in Nagasawa Masami's basic movement. Nagasawa Masami's explained everything. During this period of time, because of his guidance, Ito-sei also took advantage of Nagasawa Masami. Nagasawa Masami's face was flushed red, and her face was filled with embarrassment. Let's call it a day. 2 hours later. At the same time, today's lesson was officially over. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagasawa Masami collapsed on the living room's carpet without a care for her image. Her chest heaved up and down as she took in deep breath. When you're free, you should enter the game and chat with the NPCs in the village. Maybe one of them will take a fancy to you. They're willing to teach you, Sei Ito reminded Nagasawa Masami. This was not an exaggeration. This was because the data network was created using Fantasy Matarai, Brainwave Network, and Imaginary Mathematic. There was no such thing as a server's capacity limit. Each of the NPCs in the game had their own independent intelligence. They had all sorts of methods, including the martial arts knowledge that Sei Ito had imparted to them. It was more than enough for them to teach a newbie like Nagasawa Masami. However, it was precisely because of their independent intelligence that every NPC had their own likes and dislikes. If one could not gain their favor, not only would they not be able to teach you, they might even secretly torture you. At the very least, ever since the game's launch, Sei Ito had heard from the server's incarnation, Little Soul Dream, about the suffering of idiots who still used the game's usual methods. Okay, Nagasawa Masami, who had calmed her breathing, replied. All right. You can continue to rest. If there's nothing else, I'll come over tomorrow to teach you, Sei Ito said. Okay. Nagasawa Masami could not help but recall the intimate contact between the two of them when she heard the word teach. Her cheeks reddened as she replied in a flustered tone. Sei Ito, who did not notice the change in Nagasawa Masami, nodded. He activated teleport and disappeared from the room, returning to the shrine. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye as Akikuruno City underwent a major renovation. On this day, Sei Ito was teaching Nagasawa Masami the basics of karate. She was still wearing a tight black sports vest and sports spandex pants of the same color. Her perfect skin was exposed to the air. Suddenly, a phone rang. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Sei Ito knew that the caller was looking for him. He withdrew his hand from Nagasawa Masami's armpit and pulled out his phone. After looking at the caller ID displayed on the screen, he pressed the answer button and placed the phone to his ear. Sorry to disturb you, Ito-sama. This is Nakaya-wei. I have just received an order from the higher-ups. I am here to formally inform you that in an hour, Tsuchimikado Eugene, Sama will be coming to Akikuruno City with another Sama for official business, Nakaya-wei said respectfully over the phone. Tsuchimikado Eugene and another person? Seito repeated with a frown. Yes, Nakayawe replied. Do you know who the other person is? Seito asked. I'm sorry, Sama, I don't know. Nakayawe apologized. I know, Seito said, then immediately cut off the call with Nakayawe and put the phone away. What's wrong? Is there something? If there's something, you can go do it. Don't worry about me. Nagasawa Masami, who was still maintaining her karate stance of supremacy, said in a very considerate manner. That's not necessary, but today's instruction time will be slightly reduced. Itomori walked behind Nagasawa Masami again, and stretched out his arms under her armpits. He grabbed one of Nagasawa Masami's arms, and adjusted her posture with his left leg between her legs. He used his leg and body to correct Nagasawa Masami's overall posture. But this correction, no matter how one looked at it, was like he wanted Nagasawa Masami to sit on his lap. It was very ambiguous. Feeling the warmth from her back and buttocks, as well as the faint moist breath beside her ear, Nagasawa Masami's face couldn't help but become rosy. Her small mouth slightly opened, and she gently took a long breath. This stance is mainly used to deter the opponent, so when you take this stance you need to concentrate your spirit and use your own aura to suppress the opponent, so that the opponent will psychologically give up on attacking you. Seito said in Nagasawa Masami's ear. Nagasawa Masami, who recovered from her daze, quickly responded. But how do I create aura? Then, Nagasawa Masami asked with some doubt. It's very simple for you. You just have to imagine that you're a heroic female samurai, and there's a ferocious criminal standing in front of you. You're currently confronting him, Itose said as he moved his body away from Nagasawa Masami. Nagasawa Masami nodded slightly. It was indeed very simple for an actress like her. In the past, she often used this method to immerse herself in the character and study the script. So, after receiving Seito's hint, Nagasawa Masami quickly entered the state. In an instant, a heroic aura began to appear on Nagasawa Masami, whose eyes were slightly blank. However, the heroic aura at this time was still a change in temperament, and it hadn't reached the level of aura, so it couldn't be considered an aura. But that was only because Nagasawa Masami had not experienced enough. As long as Nagasawa Masami experienced a few more battles and monsters in the game, it wouldn't take long for her to slightly emit an aura that belonged to her. Not bad. Seito nodded slightly and praised her. That's right. I'm a talented actress who has attracted the attention of the world. Such a small matter can't stump me. Hearing Seito's praise, Nagasawa Masami grinned proudly. The aura has dissipated. Start again. Seito said impatiently. Yes. Nagasawa Masami straightened her body and saluted Seito with a smile. Then, according to her previous memory, she rearranged herself into the best of the world pose and imagined herself as a female samurai in her mind. Naturally, her posture was still a little off. Seito had no choice but to walk to Nagasawa Masami's side and use his hands to correct various parts of Nagasawa Masami's body. Just like that, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye as they chatted and guided each other. Then, Seito greeted Nagasawa Masami, who was still lying on the ground without a care for her image, and used teleport to return to the shrine. Is it an official visit? Seito walked up to Yi, who was wearing the witch costume, and extended his arms to hug her. He then rested his chin on Yi's shoulder and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. What's wrong? Yi, who reached out to hug Seito, asked curiously. Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to hug you. Seito opened his mouth and sucked on Yi's earlobe as he said vaguely. Stop fooling around. Someone will see us. Yi, whose earlobe was being sucked on, quickly turned to look at the shrine. When she saw that there was still no one around, she was slightly relieved. Seito chuckled and let go of Yi as he was told. He then took her hand and pulled her to sit down on Yi's lap. Then, He gently rubbed Yi-Yi's hand and closed his eyes to rest. When Yi-Yi saw this, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She then accompanied Sei-Ito to rest in the corridor outside the main hall. Chapter 1134. As Sei-Ito and Yi-Yi quietly enjoyed the warmth of summer, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this time, two pitch-black dots suddenly appeared in the sky above Akakuruno City. They carried a powerful aura that didn't contain any malice or other thoughts as they quickly flew straight toward the shrine. Feeling the pressure from the sky, Sei-Ito abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the sky together with Yi-Yi. At the same time, even though Akakuruno City was protected by the U-shaped alloy walls, the artificial angel that was still hovering in the sky to protect the city from the monsters also suddenly raised his head. Resplendent starlight began to appear in his cold eyes. Clearly, the artificial angel had already entered a combat state. As long as Sei-Ito didn't give the order to stop him, he would immediately launch a fierce attack at the two people descending from the sky. At this time, Eriko, who had been familiarizing herself with her new power in her bedroom apart from eating and occasionally coming out to chat with the others, appeared above the shrine. She also raised her head to look at the figures descending from the sky. "Mother!" Sei-Ito called out softly after activating instant transmission to arrive beside Eriko. Eriko nodded and responded to Sei-Ito's call. "Shio!" Right at this time, the artificial angel in the sky waved his hand. A large number of beam-type weapons, set up all over Akakuruno City, were immediately activated. Energy beams of varying thickness, red and green, shot into the sky one after another. Then, under the artificial angel's control, they merged into a ball of energy with strange attributes. The artificial angel fired it at the two outsiders who had already entered his attack range. In an instant, two dark purple energy beams as thick as an adult's thigh streaked across the sky and arrived in front of the two people. One of the two was wearing a light gray suit. He had dark brown pleated pants and a jacket that was similar to the senzaku of the witches, except it was gray and opaque. He was about 1.6 meters tall and had a sloping head. The old man with a face full of wrinkles was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Environment Province that Sei-Ito had met twice, Tsuchimikado Eugene. The other person was about 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a well-tailored suit pants and a white casual shirt. However, the collar was not tied tightly with a tie or other things. Instead, it was left open in a very natural manner. His white skin that obviously belonged to the Caucasian race was exposed. His face was solemn, and his gray hair was neatly combed back with wax. Together with the clothes he was wearing at this time, he gave off a strange charm. He was the guardian knight of Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom that Sei-Ito had met once, via St. York, Windsor. Facing the beam attack from the artificial angel, Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtorai immediately showed different responses. Among them, the light beams. He brushed past the edge of the beam and dodged the attack with poor attribute. On the other hand, Valtori, who had always abided by the way of the night and was used to facing the enemy head-on, roared and punched towards the dark purple light beam with his fist that was filled with pale white energy that was almost materialized. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang resounded in the sky. A large fireball that looked like fireworks instantly appeared in the sky. Then, a somewhat embarrassed figure flew out of the fireball in the opposite direction of the falling figure. At this time, the artificial angel moved his arm. While creating a dark purple energy cluster in his hand, the dark purple light beam that was dodged by Tsuchimikado Eugene turned around in midair and blasted toward Valle from behind. Brave! Valle, who discovered the change in the dark purple light beam, shouted with anger on his face. In an instant, Valle's body burst into a gentle bright white light, like an eggshell, wrapping Valle's body in it. With the protection of this layer of light, Valle turned to face the dark purple light beam that was rushing toward him. He once again waved his fist wrapped in light to meet it. Boom! Another loud noise sounded in the sky, but this time, Valle was no longer blown away by the impact of the dark purple energy explosion. He still stayed in place to bear the impact of the explosion, to wash away the shame of being hit by the explosion just now. But at the next moment, several dark purple light beams about the size of an adult's arm shot into the sky again. Like the tentacles of an octopus, they blasted towards Valtori, who had just emerged from the dispersed smoke from all directions. Charge! Seeing the incoming attack, Valtori bellowed in a low voice. His body suddenly turned into a bright white meteor and instantly left the place, rushing toward the artificial angel below. But just when he was halfway through his charge, as if crossing a certain boundary, a strange energy instantly suppressed Valle's body, making his charge stop uncontrollably. He continued to charge forward at a speed much slower than before. Obviously, Valle, who broke into the special domain of the artificial angel, was also suppressed by the strange power in the domain. The population in the city is still too homogeneous. If the people who live here are not ordinary people, the power and ability of the artificial angel will increase several times. Seito, who discovered Valle's change, secretly said in his mind. Moreover, Seito noticed that when Valle faced the artificial angel, Tsuchimikado Yuzen, who was no longer blocked, was descending toward him at a faster speed. Ah Ching, leave this person to me. At this time, Eriko, who also discovered Tsuchimikado Yuzen, suddenly said. Obviously, Eriko wanted to use Tsuchimikado Yuzen as her touchstone to experiment with her newly mastered power and hone herself. After that, without waiting for Seito's reply, she stepped into the space and flew toward Tsuchimikado Yuzen in the sky with the special flying ability that she automatically obtained after the S level. Forget it, it's good to have a fight. Seito, who wanted to stop Eriko, saw this and couldn't help but shake his head slightly and said, Don't pay attention to the battle in the sky, continue to do your own thing. Then, Seito contacted Karen, Velreta, Shimohira Linghua, Liliana, Oriana, Kinuhata Sai, Zhou Xianlin, and Baki Lulu with his mind. As for Erika, Kanyama Yomi, Meo, and Yi, they were in the shrine, so there was no need to inform them. On the other side, after discovering Valtor's transformation, the artificial angel's arm waved again, and another dozen dark purple beams as thick as an adult's arm intertwined with each other and blasted toward Valtor, who was suppressed but still rushing forward in a straight line. Although they didn't understand, whether it was the artificial angel, Seito, or Erika, Meo, and others, they all saw that the rapid charging technique used by Valtor was fast, but it had a very obvious shortcoming. It was an effective means to launch a rapid surprise attack at close range, not like now. In front of me, nothing can stop me. In the sky, seeing that he was about to be hit by the dozen dark purple beams, Valtor suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the bright white light on Valtor's body shone fiercely, and at the same time it began to change shape. From the original eggshell-like shape, it became a very aerodynamic cross-shaped arrowhead, increasing Valtor's forward speed by a large margin. At the same time, the four sharp blades formed by the bright white energy also cut out a long and narrow air blade visible to the naked eye, colliding with the dark purple beams. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the sky, but before the smoke dispersed, Valtor's uninjured figure had already flown out, colliding with the expressionless artificial angel. In an instant, the artificial angel's figure flashed slightly, disappeared from Valtor's path, and appeared behind Valtor. This was the teleportation skill. With Seito's spirit power as the core and the Sage Stone as the body, the artificial angel was fully capable of using some of Seito's skills. It's just that because he used technological means to form a special angel with the subconscious signals naturally emitted by humans, it was somewhat troublesome to use those abilities without adding too many brainwaves to the basic signals that constituted him. But he believed that after the transformation of Akakuru City was completed in the future, and the residents in the city were also special one by one, he would no longer be affected by some restrictions. What's more, the artificial angel had already turned this area of Akakuru City into a domain. Even if he did not have the teleportation skill, he could perform the teleportation evasion action in this domain at any time. Then, the artificial angel, who had dodged Valtor's attack, had a thought. The beams of light that were originally shooting into the sky in the city instantly distorted, forming a superimposed energy net that covered Valtor. Valtor frowned when he saw this. He suddenly stopped his body in midair, then raised his foot and stepped in the air, launching an attack on the artificial angel again. The artificial angel stretched out his arm, and a purple greatsword compressed from lightning energy appeared in his hand. He slashed down at Valtor. Feeling the tremendous power carried by the lightning sword, Valtor's expression froze. He finally put away his original contempt for the artificial angel and urged the energy outside his body to change into the appearance of a knight's armor. Then, he gathered an omnipotent knight's greatsword in his hand to meet the lightning sword. The expected explosion did not appear. There was only a soft sound like sulfuric acid corroding something. Then, light and thunder more dazzling than the sun instantly filled the entire sky. Chapter 1135. The dazzling light illuminated the surrounding space, but Grand Knight Valtori and the artificial angel were not ordinary people. The defense of their eyes was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Other than feeling a little bright in front of their eyes, they were perfectly unaffected. What's more, at their level, they no longer relied on their five senses to lock onto their opponent. Instead, they relied on their sixth sense and other information to make judgment. Therefore, even before the light dissipated, Valtori and the artificial angel were still waving the compressed thunder sword and the bright white light sword in their hands as they fought fiercely in the sky. Valtor's swordsmanship was very much in line with the characteristics of the Westerners, as well as the characteristics of his inherited profession. He took the path of opening and closing. Perhaps it was because he had been serving as Queen Elizabeth's knight ever since he became a knight. His swordsmanship was more for defense than offense. It was heavy and steady, but it was slightly lacking in flexibility. However, at his current level, even the simplest swordsmanship could drive a powerful effect that could destroy mountains and split rocks, leaving a trail in the air. Compared to Valtor's knight-like heavy technique, the artificial angel with Idosei's spiritual power as the core naturally took the path of Eastern swordsmanship. The huge sword in his hand that was not inferior to Valtor's sword in size swung and slashed lightly, using a strange and changeable sword that was either soft or hard, straight or curved. It was so strange that no one could figure out where the next strike would land. As he fought with Valtori, the extremely dazzling bright white light flashed in the sky continuously. However, compared to Valtori, who was fighting head-on, the artificial angel had no choice but to fight head-on. With more than 80,000 people in Akazuya City, the artificial angel, who had the calculation ability released from the subconscious mind, had a brain that was not much inferior to the so-called God. While he was entangling Valtori with his sword, he also had a part of his mind to control the beam weapons in the city to continuously shoot out thick or thin, yellow or green beams. Just like the long gluttonous snake in the game, the beams chased after Valtori and assisted the artificial angel in launching attacks on Valtori. At the same time, the beams drew a series of distorted lines in the sky that looked like the doodles of a child. This stalemate lasted for more than a minute. Finally, Valtori, who was surrounded by a large number of light dots, had nowhere to hide and took the countless light attacks head-on. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the sky in an instant. Then Valtor's body was thrown out from the energy smoke like a cannonball. He fell straight to the ground with smoke trailing behind him. Boom! Soon, another dull sound came. Valtori, who was wearing armor formed by energy materialization, hit the ground heavily, creating a semicircular dent with a diameter of more than 2 meters on the flat asphalt road. No one knew whether it was luck, or had the artificial angel already calculated the trajectory and final landing point before launching the attack. Valtori did not hit any high-rise buildings during the entire fall. Instead, he smashed directly into the ground. It was only then that a building was too close to the crater he had created from the impact. Cracks began to appear on the walls of the houses. At this time, the artificial angel in the sky turned his palm, and the compressed thunder sword that was originally in his hand was immediately held upside down in his palm. At the same time, the body of the thunder sword began to become thinner and longer. In a blink of an eye, it became a slender javelin with 2 sharp ends. The artificial angel threw it out. Whoosh! In an instant there was a slight sound of air cracking. The thunder spear instantly crossed the distance between the sky and the earth like a shadow and flew in front of Valtori, slamming into him fiercely. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated throughout Akakuruno City. At the same time, a faint tremor akin to an earthquake spread out along with a huge ball of lightning that suddenly rose up from the ground. The few unlucky buildings in the vicinity were blasted to the ground and blasted apart on the other side, while Valtori and the artificial angel were fighting. Eriko, who was flying towards each other, finally collided with Tsuchimiyama Yuzen. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us in this chaos? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated by others?" Eriko, who was holding a sword in her hand, looked at Tsuchimiyama Yuzen, who was hovering 7 or 8 meters in front of her with a cold face, and asked, "Presumably, the one who advanced here a few days ago was your Excellency." Tsuchimiyama Yuzen looked up and down at Eriko and said, "I'm the current head of the environmental government, Tsuchimiyama Yuzen. Congratulations to your Excellency on your success. I just don't know the relationship between your Excellency and the Lord of Akakuruno City, Ito family." Tsuchimiyama Yuzen first introduced his identity, then asked slowly, "Head of the environmental government dash?" Eriko was stunned when she heard the words, then she calmed down and replied in a low voice, "I'm Ito Eriko, the Ito family you mentioned is my family." Hearing Eriko's answer, Tsuchimiyama Yuzen's eyes flashed and then asked, "Then I don't know the relationship between your Excellency and the current head of the Ito family is?" The current head of the family that Tsuchimiyama Yuzen mentioned was Sei Ito. Eriko naturally understood the meaning of Tsuchimiyama Yuzen's words, and a touch of pride appeared on her face as she replied, "It is my son." Although he had already guessed the relationship between Eriko and Sei Ito from the name Eriko, but when he heard Eriko admit it, Tsuchimiyama Yuzen's heart jumped a little faster. Because the significance of this was too great, a family with 2 S-class, in the current situation where there was only 1 S-class at the top of each force, this was enough to break the balance of power. If considering the original situation of the Ito family, it was even more complicated. Worthy of being the mother of tigers, your family's fortune is enviable. Tsuchimiyama Yuzen's face appeared a fake smile as he sighed. "Your Excellency is overpraising." Eriko nodded slightly and said modestly, "I didn't come here to fight with you, but I have something important to discuss with your son. Before coming, I had already let my subordinates inform your son. Didn't your son mention it to you?" After knowing Eriko's identity, Tsuchimikado Yushin, who refused to recruit Eriko into the Environment Province camp, didn't want to talk too much, so he pulled the topic back to the main topic. "Is that so?" Eriko frowned slightly and repeated in a low voice. At this moment, a loud bang came out in the city, attracting the attention of Tsuchimiyama Yuzun and Eriko. Then a huge thunder ball suddenly expanded and the impact ripples visible to the naked eye were reflected in the eyes of the two people. This was the explosion caused by the thunder spear thrown by the artificial angel. Seeing this, Tsuchimiyama Yuzun's pupils shrank slightly. He took a deep look at her face, which was very delicate, but she did not have the slightest expression. Floating in the air, she looked at the artificial angel below and then retracted her gaze. Looking at Eriko, who also retracted her gaze, she said, "The matter to be discussed this time is related to whether or not we can completely eliminate the monster. Please take me to see my son." "Come with me." Eriko quietly looked at the sincere Tsuchimiyama Yuzun. She said indifferently. Finished speaking, she immediately turned around and descended to the shrine below. "Mother, you shouldn't have talked nonsense with him just now. You should have just gone up and fought. Now, you wasted a free opportunity to practice." Seeing Eriko and Tsuchimiyama Yuzun flying down from the sky, Seito connected to Eriko with his spiritual power and said, "If it's really like what you said, the matter that might not have been a problem will become a problem." Eriko replied in a bad mood. Seito shrugged and did not say anything. Crackle. At this time, the ball of thunder and lightning that suddenly expanded in Akikuruno City finally dissipated, revealing the figure of Valtori who was attacked. He was worthy of being a knight known for his defensive power. Under that condensed state of thunder spear and the subsequent explosive impact, under the damage of thunder and lightning, except for a slight gasp, the armor that was originally formed by the materialized energy on his body was somewhat damaged, and the clothes that were originally considered handsome inside were somewhat tattered. Other than the skin under the clothes could be seen, he did not suffer the slightest injury, and even the originally damaged armor on his body was quickly repaired under the operation of Valtor's energy. After a while, it once again became a set of gorgeous armor that was super-fitting, covering up the last remaining flaw of the attack on his body. Just when Valtori, who was really angry, was about to launch another attack, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his heart, identity confirmed, the exclusive guardian knight of Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom, Valtori, St. York, Windsor, allowed to enter Akikuruno City. Hearing the words in his heart, Valtor's brows immediately frowned. He stared coldly at the face of the artificial angel who was looking down from the sky without speaking. They were in a stalemate. After a quiet confrontation for about 10 seconds, accompanied by a slight roar, the figure of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style appeared near Valtori. "Mr. Valtori, I'm Karen, the captain of the Akikuruno City Machine Garrison Force. Seito ordered me to pick you up." Karen's voice sounded in the external loudspeaker of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style. Valtori frowned and looked at Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style with a scrutinizing gaze. It was not until a few seconds later that he snorted coldly and said coldly, "Lead the way." Karen, who was controlling the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, didn't talk nonsense. She directly controlled the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style to land about 2 meters away from Valtori, then floated about 10 centimeters above the ground, and slowly led Valtori to the location of the shrine. Behind Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style, Valtori, who was walking slowly, always had his eyes on Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style, frowning and thinking about something. Obviously, after the artificial angel, Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style had once again touched Valtor's sensitive nerve. Under the leadership of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style controlled by Karen, Valtori finally arrived at the shrine after 10 minutes. He was then led to the house behind the shrine by Jin-san Yomi. He met up with Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was sitting in the empty Japanese-style living room and drinking yumacha while chatting with Eriko and Seito. Jin-san Yomi, who sent Valtori to the reception room, bowed slightly and left the room in a flash. Is this how you treat your guests? As soon as he entered the room, Valtori immediately released his momentum to suppress Seito and Eriko, questioning them first. Feeling the strong sense of oppression, Eriko immediately frowned. She burst out the fierce momentum generated by her kendo and dispersed Valtor's momentum. Huh! Valtori, who felt a little surprised, turned his head abruptly and looked at Eriko, who seemed to have done a trivial thing, and let out a low groan. Just when Tsuchimikado Eugene was about to introduce Eriko to Valtori, Seito also burst out his majestic momentum, bypassing Tsuchimikado Eugene and directly oppressing Valtori. Valtori, who was completely unprepared for Seito's sneak attack, and he didn't expect Seito's momentum to be so huge, immediately turned pale from the impact, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Although this was only a small step back instinctively, it was a shame for the proud knight, Valtori, so he immediately groaned and summoned his spirit to burst out a stronger momentum to compete with Seito. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Eugene on the side couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that things seemed to be a bit difficult. For guests we will treat them politely, but for a person who didn't make the most basic announcement to us when he came, and directly burst out his momentum after entering the airspace, it's my way of doing things. Seito looked at Valtori indifferently and explained. It's our fault this time, please forgive us for our rudeness, Mr. Ito. Although Tsuchimikado Eugene also looked down on Valtor's attitude, he couldn't really watch him make a fool of himself, so after feeling that it was enough, he slightly lowered his attitude and said, Well, for the sake of Mr. Tsuchimikado, I will let it go. Seito glanced at the calm Tsuchimikado Eugene, nodded slightly and agreed. Then he began to slowly withdraw his momentum to suppress Valtori. Although Seito was very unhappy in his heart, Valtori, who still remembered the mission he was assigned to, snorted coldly, slowly withdrew his momentum, and then sat cross-legged on the ground very impolitely. Seeing Valtor's posture, Tsuchimikado Eugene and Eriko's brows frowned slightly. In Japan, especially when discussing things, the most basic etiquette was to maintain a sitting posture. Only when they were familiar with each other, and with the other party's permission, they could sit cross-legged. Otherwise, it represented disrespect and rudeness to the host. Obviously, Valtori did something wrong again. Chapter 1136. Although Valtori didn't give off a good feeling, Tsuchimikado Eugene couldn't say anything because of his identity. He just pretended not to see him and drank the matcha in his cup. As for Eriko, she simply ignored him and treated Valtori as heir. I don't know why Mr. Tsuchimikado, who is the head of the Environment Ministry, and Mr. Valtori, who is supposed to be in the United Kingdom to protect Queen Elizabeth, have come to see me. Seito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtori indifferently. Hearing Ito say's inquiry, Tsuchimiman Eugene first looked at Valtori beside him, then gently put down the teacup in his hand. He raised his skinny palm and reached into his arms. He took out a palm-sized black metal box from his arms and pulled it open with both hands like pulling a door. In an instant, a pitch-black seam appeared in the middle of the box. A thin, pale yellow LCD screen appeared in the middle of the two rectangular cylinders formed by the metal box. With a slight flash, it lit up. Then, Tsuchimikado Yukari placed a small box that had transformed into an LCD screen in his hand between him, Valtori, Ito-sei, and Eriko. He then pressed two buttons on the rectangular column on the side with his skinny fingers that were full of wrinkles. Immediately, a picture with very high definition appeared on the LCD screen. The perspective was from the sky. At a glance, one could tell that it was a satellite phase diagram. Seito, who had overlooked the entire Akikuruo city from the sky, immediately recognized the picture displayed on the screen. It was his Akikuruo city. Seito raised his head and smiled at Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was also looking at him. He lowered his head and looked at the screen again. Obviously, Seito was already prepared that his city would be monitored by the satellite. As long as the time was right, he would immediately activate the Black Sphere System's transit device in the Earth's orbit, completely covering this area of his city. At this time, the screen that was silent for about 5 to 6 seconds suddenly changed. A familiar huge black ball instantly appeared on the screen. It stayed there for about 2 minutes before it disappeared from the screen again. This was the effect of the reduced rainbow light cannon that Seito used to defend Akikuruo City. At this time, Seito also completely understood why Tsuchimikado, Eugene, and Valtori were looking for him. Tsuchimikado Eugene stretched out his hand. The screen was turned back to the stage where the black sphere appeared. He used a freeze program to stop the picture. This thing, I think Mr. Ito is not unfamiliar with it. Tsuchimikado Eugene pointed at the frozen space-distorted black hole on the screen. It's indeed not strange. Itomori nodded and admitted with a smile. The purpose of this visit is Two's visit to discuss matters related to this weapon. Sure enough, Tsuchimikado Eugene spoke as Seito expected. If you want to get its manufacturing information, I'm sorry. I don't intend to share the measurement of this technology. Seito raised his cup and sipped the matcha in the cup. He said lightly, but its power is too great. Any force will covet this weapon in your hand. Are you ready to deal with it? Tsuchimikado Eugene seemed to be kind, but in fact, he warned with a hint of threat. If I'm not ready to deal with any possible situation, I won't take it out. Seito replied with a smile. Is that so? Since Mr. Ito is ready, then I'm relieved. Tsuchimikado Eugene's face was relaxed. Then his face showed a worried expression and reminded, but I'm afraid that some people will be blinded by greed and do something that no one wants to see. For example, kidnap the people you care about. Hearing this, Seito's eyes instantly revealed a murderous intent, causing the whole room's problem to drop several degrees in an instant. Of course, I'm not worried about Mr. Eriko. After all, Mr. Eriko is also a high-level existence. But I'm not sure about the girls I saw just now. Although their strength is good, sometimes, strength is not omnipotent. Tsuchimikado Eugene ignored the surrounding influence and continued to say, Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Tsuchimikado. I'll tell them to be careful recently, especially not to leave the range of Akikuruno City. As long as they don't leave the range of Akikuruno City, I believe that under the protection of the angels, there shouldn't be any blind people who will break in, not to mention. Seito squinted his eyes and looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene. Then his voice slightly paused, and he opened the 3 layers of the shrine's protective barrier. When Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtor's faces slightly changed due to the sudden burst of powerful aura from the protective barrier, he continued, We're not to be trifled with. That's right, anyone who dares to come here and cause trouble, I'll make them pay a heavy price. Eriko on the side very cooperatively said with an awe-inspiring tone. That's good, that's good. Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a hollow laugh. Although that's the case, I still have to thank Mr. Tsuchimikado for your reminder. Otherwise, someone might really take advantage of this loophole. Seito closed the protective barrier, and said with a grateful expression. Tsuchimikado Eugene, whose face had long been thick to an unknown degree, didn't show the slightest change in expression, and modestly said, It's my duty, it's my duty. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Then, Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression became serious, and he said solemnly. Seito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with some curiosity, and his mouth let out an interested murmur. Let me say it. At this time, Valtori, who had been silent, suddenly said, As Mr. Tsuchimikado said before, the weapon in Mr. Ito's hands is too powerful, so after some observation and research, I formally request you on behalf of the British royal family and the joint council of this monster extermination operation, please provide this kind of weapon for the monster defense work in other areas. Of course, I'm not asking you to provide it for free. If you have any requests, you can ask again. As long as it is a reasonable request, I can answer you on behalf of the British royal family and the joint council of the monster extermination operation. Then, Valtori said again, it's indeed a good proposal, but unfortunately, I still can't promise you. Seito smacked his lips, shook his head, and laughed. Hearing Seito's answer, Valtor's brows frowned again, and he stared at Seito without blinking, trying to see something from his face. It was just that although Ito-sei was not as cunning as Tsukamura Eugene, how could he not be able to control the subtle changes in his body when he cultivated to such a level? Therefore, no matter how Valtori stared at him, he still couldn't see anything from Seito. At present, all the weapons in my hands are arranged in the periphery of Akazuruno City, so even if I want to support you, I can't do it. Seito spread out his hands and said with regret, if Mr. Ito really wants to, then why not make the manufacturing information public and let the country provide resources for the construction? Tsuchimikado Eugene took the opportunity to say, yes, I believe that with the scientific and technological strength of the British Empire, as long as we get the information, we can quickly mass-produce it. Valtori on the side also nodded and said seriously, you two don't need to mention the manufacturing information again. I still have the same words, I will not make the manufacturing information of this weapon public. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtori, and refused in a cold voice. Valtori and Tsuchimikado Eugene looked at each other, and then Valtori said again, in that case, can Mr. Ito make a space on the basis of the existing finished weapons? What do you mean? Seito frowned and asked. Use that weapon to attack here. Valtori skillfully manipulated the LCD screen made by Tsuchimikado Eugene and turned the picture on it to the world map, and then turned it to the place where the monster incident originated, the location of the uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. Looking at the picture of the island shrouded in black clouds on the screen, Seito's eyes flickered twice, and finally nodded slightly and agreed. Okay. But because no one is familiar with this weapon, I may have to trouble Mr. Ito to personally make a trip. I don't know if that's okay. Valtori looked at Seito and said again. Okay, but you have to promise that no one will attack my city or threaten the people around me while I am away from the city. Otherwise, there is no need to talk about it. Seito raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. We can promise you. Valtori and Tsuchimikado Eugene exchanged a look and nodded in agreement. I don't know if Mr. Ito is already married. When Tsuchimikado Eugene put away the LCD screen, Valtori suddenly asked again. N. Seito frowned and looked at Valtori. If you are unmarried, I can make the decision on behalf of the Empress to betroth Princess Martha, the daughter of Prince Wilmot, to you and become your wife. Valtori said with a smile. Political marriage. Seito secretly thought and then replied, I'm sorry, although I haven't officially married yet, I already have a girlfriend. I can only disappoint Mr. Valtor's good intentions, please forgive me. Are you really not going to think about it? Maybe you don't know, but Princess Martha is also a famous beauty in our royal family. She is a rare match for a smart woman. Valtor's face was slightly gloomy, and he persuaded again. Chapter 1137. I'm sorry. Seito shook his head firmly and said, Humph. Probably Valtori didn't expect that Seito would be so insensible, so he snorted coldly with an ugly expression and stopped talking about Marcia. Mr. Ito, when are you going to leave? Tsuchimikado Eugene on the side looked at Valtori with a flash of ridicule in his eyes, then looked at Seito and asked. It depends on the situation. If there is no problem, I will go there in 1 or 2 days. Ito tilted his head and thought. Well, we will wait for your good news, Mr. Ito. Tsuchimikado Eugene smiled. Then Tsuchimikado Eugene stood up and said goodbye to Ito and Eriko, who also stood up out of politeness. Since the matter has been discussed, then I will leave with Mr. Valtori. Sorry to disturb you. No problem. Ito hypocritically said politely, and then together with Eriko, he sent Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtori, who still looked a little unhappy, out of the room. Please stay. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who came out of the room, said. That's good, take care, I won't see you off. Itose stopped his footsteps and stood in the corridor outside the door and said. Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtori didn't talk nonsense. They immediately used their means to fly into the sky and quickly flew away. After a while, they completely disappeared from the sight of Ito and Eriko. Mother, you also go to rest. Ito turned to look at Eriko beside him and said. All right. Eriko didn't say much after hearing this and nodded in agreement. Then she turned and walked forward along the corridor, and disappeared at the corner of the corridor after a while. Put down your work immediately and go home. After seeing Eriko off, Itose immediately spread out his spirit force and used a method similar to the Yamanaka family's secret technique, mind transmission, to communicate with Yamanaka Linghua, Karen and Valletta, who were operating Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, and Guinevere, Liliana, Kinuhata Sai, Zhou Xianglin, and Baki Lulu, who were traveling and supervising the construction work at the 4 construction sites around the city, as well as Oriana, who was using a special method to search for spies or other special people in the city. Then, he turned around and left the room. He returned to his room and summoned Erika, who had been staying at home all this time. She was remotely controlling the operations of the entire Akiu city through the Yamashiro Linghua, as well as Yomi, Masaya, and Yi, who were in charge of the mobility and the witches. Hearing Ito's order, Shimaping Linghua and the others immediately put down their work and rushed back to the shrine in various ways. In less than half an hour, everyone returned home and gathered with Ito. Then, Ito told them the content of his conversation with Tsuchimikado Yushin. He also told them the reason for summoning them back this time. In other words, King, are you going to send us back? After listening to Ito's explanation, Erika raised her eyebrows slightly and said, I have this plan, but I think some of you will feel very uncomfortable, such as you, Erika. So I decided to only send a few people back this time. Ito looked at Erika and smiled. Then, little brother, who are you going to send back this time? Oriana, who squeezed her pair of originally very plump breasts even more prominent, leaned against the wall. She looked at Ito and asked. As soon as Oriana's voice fell, whether it was Liliana, who was dissatisfied with Oriana's frivolous attitude, or the others, they all stared at Ito's face. Linghua, Natale, Zionrin. The strength of the 3 of you is still a bit lacking. Even if I use the power of youth to buff you, you can't reach the point where you can compete with the masters in a short time, so. Ito looked at Shimaping Linghua, Bujuluru, and Zhou Zionrin and said softly, I know. Shimaping Linghua lowered her head with a somewhat gloomy face. Bujuluru and Zhou Zionrin were both soldiers, and they knew very well what to do at what time, so they all nodded and agreed very understandingly. Chung, actually, you don't have to send Linghua and the others back. At this time, Yi, who was dressed in a witch costume, suddenly said. Then he smiled at the others who looked over and continued, like you said, if there really is an enemy who wants to sneak into the city and attack us, first of all, there must be a lot of enemies. Second, there must be at least 3 S-class masters to hold back Angel, Auntie, and I don't know if you are here or not. Finally, the remaining people will be the main force to capture us. But they will never think that you, Cheng, have a way to make our strength explode in a short time and fight above our level. That's why you chose to send Ling Hua and the others back, because only the three of them may be in danger because of their lack of strength. At this point, Yi smiled embarrassedly at Shimaping Ling Hua, Bojuluru, and Zhou Xianren to express his apology. Shimaping Ling Hua also knew that Yi wasn't mocking them, so they all returned a friendly smile. Then, Yi looked at Sei Ito with a gentle and loving expression and said softly, "But Ah Ching, even if you really aren't by our side at that time, you will still be the first to appear by our side when we are in danger, right?" "Yes." Sei Ito nodded with a serious expression. "Since that's the case, let's just let Ling Hua and the others stay at home. With the protection of the barrier, as well as me, my sister, and Huang Quan, I believe that no matter what kind of enemy it is, we will be able to hold on until you return and beat the enemy back," Yi said with a face full of smiles. "I know, but that way Ling Hua and the others can only stay at home. I'm afraid that they will feel bored staying at the same place." Sei Ito sighed softly, then looked at Shimaping Ling Hua, Bojuluru, and Zhou Xianren and said, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of being lonely." Shimaping Ling Hua, who felt that there was hope, quickly said. After saying that, she knew that her performance was a bit too hasty. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment and shrank to the side. Regarding Shimaping Ling Hua's performance, Erica and the others, besides looking at each other, only had good-natured teasing. "We can play games." Bojuluru's cheeks were also a bit red as she looked to the side and said. Zhou Xianren nodded in agreement. "Okay then." Seeing that the three of them had decided, Sei Ito didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Then, with a smile, he suddenly reached out and pulled Shinj into his arms and said, "Just in case, I'll give you a buff now." After saying that, without waiting for Shinj's response, he kissed Shinj's delicate lip. At the same time, he mobilized the youth's authority to refine the power in his body into another kind of special energy. Through his mouth, the two of them still entangled tongues were sent into Shinj's body and pushed the energy toward Shinj's dantian. Ugh, in that familiar pain, Shinj couldn't help but frown again, and let out a low moan from his throat that sounded like pain and pleasure. Seeing the real kiss in front of them, Liliana, who loved to be shy and fantasizing, and Shimaping Ling Hua, who hadn't had much of an ambiguous relationship with Sei Ito, immediately blushed. At the same time, the others also looked at the two people kissing with interest and embarrassment. Because of the previous energy infusion, Shinj's endurance had obviously improved a little, so it only took him a little less time than the previous energy infusion to complete this time's blessing. Then, Sei Ito let go of Shinj, who was a little weak, and went up to Yi next to him and lowered his head to kiss him. A few minutes later, Sei Ito let go of Yi, who was also weak, got up, walked to the side, hugged Yomi, and started to bless her. Then, it was Karen, Valletta, Erica, Liliana, Oriana, and Kanuhata Sai. But Sei Ito still didn't stop. Before Shimaping Ling Hua could react, he reached out and pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her. Baji Lulu Zhou Xianlin, after blessing all of them with the power of youth, Sei Ito chatted and laughed with the girls for a while. Then, except for Shimaping Ling Hua, Zhou Xianlin, and Baji Lulu, he sent them back to their respective posts to continue their previous work. As for Shimaping Ling Hua's work, Erica, as the official manager, directly took over. Zhou Xianlin and Baji Lulu's supervision work was done remotely through the management program of the engineering robots. After that, Ito-sei, who had temporarily solved the safety problem, had a thought. He created a shadow clone and placed it at home, while his real body flew into the sky and reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters that few monsters could reach. He flew towards the place where the monster incident first happened, an uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. Sei Ito's actions were immediately captured by the satellite that was monitoring Akikuruno City, and through various channels, it entered the hands of the high-level officials of various countries and the leaders of the secret forces. Should I give it a try? In a gorgeous independent apartment in downtown Tokyo, Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was dressed in traditional clothes, gently tapped the brown table in front of him with his right index finger. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the picture of Sei Ito flying away from Japan in contemplation. Go and prepare the manpower. After a while, Tsuchimikado Eugene's finger tapped heavily on the table, looked up at the middle-aged man standing respectfully in front of him, and said softly, "Yes." The man respectfully accepted the order, then carefully left the room to carry out Tsuchimikado Eugene's order. At the same time, Tsuchimikado Eugene, who sent the middle-aged man away, got up from his seat, walked out of the room with seemingly slow but fast steps, and hurried in the direction of the Kokyo. Chapter 1138. P.S. Thanks to Nikfany for the tip. Creak, accompanied by a strange sound, Tsuchimikado Eugene's figure appeared in a dark room with no light except for the moonlight. If you don't like the light, can't you light a candle? Tsuchimikado Eugene frowned and said to the dark room. What's the matter? After the words fell, an erratic, but somewhat hoarse and cold male voice sounded in the room. I'm ready to start with the Ito family. Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression was dull, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The voice was silent and didn't speak. After the matter is done, the spoils will be shared. As if he was used to it, Tsuchimikado Eugene said again, but correspondingly, you have to support some people. Who else? The voice sounded and asked. Wait, I will go to the British Embassy to visit the arrogant knight. Tsuchimikado Eugene replied. Inform me when the discussion is done. The hoarse voice sounded. Good. Tsukamon Eugene replied straightforwardly. Then, without seeing him make any movements, he suddenly disappeared from the pitch-black room. At the same time, the door that was originally opened when he arrived also closed with a ping sound. Inform Hattori, tell her to prepare the manpower. After a pause, the hoarse voice sounded again in the room. On the other side, Tsuchimikado Eugene, who left the dark room, arrived at the British Embassy in the port area after a short flight. He found Valtori standing in front of the window with a glass of red wine in his hand. He was listening to classical music from an old-fashioned gramophone while quietly looking at the lights in the distance. With your identity, breaking into the embassy without permission, aren't you afraid of causing disputes between the two countries? Valtori gently swirled the red wine in the glass, making it swirl on the inside of the glass wall, and said softly, I believe that with your Excellency's bearing, you won't take this trivial matter to heart. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who suddenly appeared in the room, said with a smile. Valtori snorted noncommittally. He turned around and looked at two Yumikes who was standing in the room. I hope your purpose of coming here won't make me hate this country more. Valtori said lightly. Absolutely not. Perhaps he might even feel happy because of the purpose of my visit this time. Tu Yumiman Yojen's expression did not change as he lightly smiled. There is a hunting game later. I don't know if your Excellency is interested in participating? Tsuchimikado Eugene's face slightly changed. He said softly. Valtor's eyebrows raised. His eyes flashed a flash of light, and then calmed down. He looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene, waiting for him to continue. With your Excellency's wisdom, I think you should know what the prey is. Tsuchimikado Eugene chuckled. Chimikado Eugene's. I'm not from the East. I really don't know what you mean by hunting. Valtori replied noncommittally. Hunting is a common pastime for the people of the world. How could your Excellency not know? Tsuchimikado Eugene's pupils shrunk imperceptibly as he smiled. Is that so? Then it seems that I misunderstood. Valtori shrugged his shoulders indifferently. But with all due respect, how do you distribute the fruits of the hunt? If it can't satisfy me, I'm not interested in participating in this kind of wild hunt. Valtori put the goblet in his hand on the table and looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with a smile. Naturally, it's to share the delicious food. Tsuchimikado Eugene replied without hesitation. Are you sure? Hearing Tsuchimikado Eugene's answer, Valtori asked with a straight face. Valtori, or the United Kingdom, was very interested in the various technologies and products exposed in Akira City, but because it was a special period, and Japan was far away from the United Kingdom, even if they were interested, the United Kingdom felt that it was beyond their reach. Now that there was a local force willing to do it, Valtori naturally didn't mind joining in and getting some exciting benefits, such as the powerful inexplicable weapon, the mech he saw before, the angel flying in the sky of Akira City, and so on. It's just that Valtori also knew that he could only get one or two of these things at most. If there were more things, he would have to exchange other benefits. But he didn't expect that the guy from the Ministry of Environment was willing to share all the spoils. Valtori couldn't believe it, so he asked again. Of course. Tsuchimikado Eugene said straightforwardly. The reason why Tsuchimikado Eugene was so happy was that he had other plans in his heart. Don't look at the things in Akira City as tempting, but no matter how tempting it was, one must have enough teeth to eat it. Otherwise, he would get into trouble before he even ate it. And even if he really ate it, there were a few things that needed to be handled carefully to be digested with ease. For example, the angel of Akira City. It must be known that the angel had an important position and symbolic meaning in the cross religion. This kind of thing was not like the unknown powerful weapon. As long as the information was shared, one or two of them could be made with ease. If it wasn't handled well, it would cause a religious war. Judging from the current situation of the traditional forces in Japan, going against the cross religion that had nearly 1 billion believers all over the world and countless followers was simply courting death. It was better to share it openly and let the church focus on the United Kingdom, which was full of religious contradictions, and then find an opportunity to deal with it secretly. As for the others, it was just buying allies. Okay, I will participate in this hunting activity. Valtori nodded heavily, then he turned and walked to the phonograph that was running at a normal speed. He pulled out the wine bottle from a small iron bucket filled with ice cubes, took a clean goblet and poured some into it. After the wine filled the bottom of the goblet, Valtori put the wine bottle back into the bucket, picked up the goblet, walked back to Tsuchimikado Eugene, and handed the goblet to him. Tsuchimikado Eugene didn't refuse. He reached out and took the goblet. I wish us a happy cooperation this time. Valtori, who turned and picked up the goblet he put down before, extended his goblet to Tsuchimikado Eugene and smiled. Happy cooperation. Tsuchimikado Eugene also extended his goblet with a smile. Dang, the two transparent goblets gently collided together, making a crisp sound. After the collision, Valtori and Tsuchimikado Eugene both took back their goblets and put them in front of their mouth. They looked at each other and drank the red wine in the goblet. When will the hunting start? Valtori, who put the empty goblet back on the table beside him, asked. The manpower has been gathered, and we can start at any time. Tsuchimikado Eugene smiled. But in order to reduce some unnecessary trouble, I am going to start after midnight. Midnight? It's a good time. Valtori nodded in agreement. Then let me know when the action starts, Valtori continued. Okay. Tsuchimikado Eugene nodded and said. Then I won't disturb Mr. Valtor's enjoyment of music, goodbye. Tsuchimikado Eugene smiled, and then under Valtor's gaze, he abruptly disappeared from the room in the same way. The magic of the easternmost land really has some unique points. Valtori looked at the way Tsuchimikado Eugene disappeared and whispered to himself. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who left the British Embassy in Nippon, immediately returned to the Ministry of Environment headquarters in Chiyoda District and called his men. He ordered them to gather in advance. Now the men who were on standby went out and went to Akikuruno City in a special way. At the same time, they also informed the people who first met the news that they could send their men out in a special way. Then they sat in the office and closed their eyes to rest. They quietly waited for the news from their men. If it was a normal day, for such an operation, he would naturally follow beside his subordinates. Then when he arrived at the target location, he would launch an attack with his men. But now it was not a normal time, but a situation where monsters were rampant. As an S-class master, Tsuchimikado Eugene could naturally use the unique flying ability of S-class masters to avoid the monster's attack from a high altitude. He quickly arrived at the target location, but his men couldn't. They could only sneak out of the enchantment and go to Akakuruno City through their own means and the special camouflage spiritual tool newly developed by the Ministry of Environment's 6th room. However, Tsuchimikado Eugene was not worried about the strength and agility of this group of selected men, so he was very relieved. At the same time, in the house in the backyard of the shrine in Akakuruno City, sure enough, he couldn't help it. Seito, who was looking down at the content of the phone, sneered. "What's wrong?" Yi asked curiously. At the same time, the others also looked at Seito, waiting for his answer. Just like we said during the day, the old guy from the Ministry of Environment couldn't help but make a move. Seito sneered, and he probably has the idea of killing us all, so he found other allies to attack together. Then Seito played with the phone in his hand and continued, "Right now, there is a small team of ninjas led by 2 jonins moving towards us." Jonins? Erika, who didn't know much about the ninja system, asked inexplicably. "Using the system you know better, they are great knights, but because of the special nature of the ninja profession, although they also have good close combat ability, they like to hide in the dark to ambush people. They are a group of guys that are difficult to deal with," Seito explained. Later, Seito introduced the ninja fighting style of the main world to Erika and others to deepen their impression of the ninja profession and increase their vigilance. Think about it, in addition to ninjas, the Ministry of Environment should also send a part of their combat power, but I don't know the specific number of people and what level of strength they have. After talking about the ninja fighting style, Seito said again with a slight frown. "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir." Jianshan Yellow Springs curled his lips and said, "I guess that's the only way." Seito nodded and smiled. "Well, you guys get ready, I'll call back the main body." After that, Seito, the shadow clone, turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared with a light explosion. In the next moment, Seito, who was still on the way to the uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean, raised his eyebrows and received the memory from the shadow clone. "Since you are looking for death, then I will not be polite." Seito, who slowly stopped, sneered. Then with a wave of his arm, a large number of chaotic electromagnetic signals instantly appeared around him, wrapping Seito's body, forming an electromagnetic signal isolation belt, making Seito's figure disappear from the sight of the surveillance satellites in the universe. Then Seito's mind turned, and a new shadow clone appeared beside him, and he used the transformation jutsu to turn into a kunai and fell into the hands of the shadow clone. At this moment, the electromagnetic barrier that had just blocked his figure for a few seconds dissipated again, and the signal wave frequency around Seito returned to normal. The shadow clone that was exposed once again flew in the direction of the uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. But no one was paying attention to it. It silently activated the Flying Thunder God's book and sent the kunai that was transformed from the real body back to his home in Akakuruno City. With a light explosion, Seito's figure once again appeared in his home in Akakuruno City. "Let us give them a big gift." Seito looked at the women in the room and smiled. Looking at Seito's confident face, Yi and the others also smiled with a relaxed face. Then, Karen and Valletta got up and left the room one after another. They went to the empty space on the side and sat on their respective mounts, Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, and Guinevere, and started the machine to maintain a half-standby state. "Husband," Seeing Karen and Valletta's behavior, Zhou Xianlin seemed to have thought of something as she looked at Saito and called out, "Are you going to fight as well?" Saito looked at Zhou Xianlin and asked with a smile. "Uh-huh." Zhou Xianlin nodded in response. "Okay." Saito tilted his head and thought for a moment before he immediately agreed. Then, he summoned Zhou Xianlin's mount, Flying Phoenix, next to Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style. "I have already placed Flying Phoenix over there. You can go over there." Saito looked at Zhou Xianlin and said, "Yes." Zhou Xianlin saluted the Chinese Federation and then turned around and left the room. She went to the empty space and sat on a Flying Phoenix. Then, she started the machine and entered standby mode. At this time, Saito, who sensed that Baki Lulu's face was a little gloomy, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Natale, from now on, you will take over the management authority of all the security robots and construction robots in the city. You will be responsible for maintaining the security of the city and searching for enemies that sneaked in." "Yes." Baki Lulu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she responded with a heroic spirit. Chapter 1139. Sir, Captain Sakamoto just sent a message saying he has arrived at the location. In an office on the upper floor of the Environmental Headquarters building in Tokyo's Chiyoda district, a short-haired woman with flesh-colored stockings on her legs, wearing a gray professional skirt and a small suit, reported to Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was sitting behind the desk with his eyes closed. "I know." Tsuchimikado Eugene moved his head slightly and said slowly. The woman didn't say anything. She respectfully bowed to Tsuchimikado Eugene and quietly left the room. What a tiring life! After the woman disappeared, Tsuchimikado Eugene slowly opened his eyes, stood up from the chair, and muttered like an old man. Then, he slowly walked out of the room and disappeared from the headquarters of the Ministry of Environment in just a short while. The next moment, in the sky above Tokyo, Tsuchimikado Eugene's figure appeared. However, less than a minute after he appeared, an old man dressed in a thin black kimono with a black cloth belt around his waist, his face sinister, giving off a gloomy and unruly feeling, as well as a man with a height of 1.9 meters, dressed in a sleeveless short shirt and loose leggings made from linen, his hair neatly combed to the back of his head, appeared in the sky one after another, standing still next to Tsuchimikado Eugene. "Let me introduce you." Looking at the two men beside him, Tsuchimikado Eugene smiled. "This is Jio from the Japanese royal family." Tsuchimiman Eugene pointed at the old man who was dressed in black. His entire person seemed to blend into the darkness as he introduced. Jio glanced at Valtori with an indifferent expression. Then he ignored him. "This is the British royal family, Queen Elizabeth's personal guardian knight, Mr. Valtori St. York Windsor." Then, Tsuchimikado Eugene pointed at the gray-haired man wearing a linen shirt and dressed like a medieval commoner or a knight servant. Because of Jio's previous behavior, Valtori felt even more disgusted with this country. He snorted and ignored Jio. Seeing Jio and Valtor's behavior, Tsuchimikado Eugene frowned slightly, then he immediately relaxed. He ignored the disharmony between the two and said, "My men have arrived at the designated location. Now they just need to wait for us to arrive. Then we can start hunting." After pausing for a moment, seeing that Jio and Valtor didn't have any objections, Tsuchimikado Eugene continued, "Since there are no problems, let's go." After saying that, he used the special flying skill of an S-class expert to fly into the sky. Then, from a high altitude that even monsters could easily fly to, it quickly flew in the direction of Akakuruno City. Behind Tsuchimikado Eugene, Jio and Valtori followed closely behind. He quickly flew towards Akakuruno City. As S-rank experts, the three of them flew very quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the vicinity of Akino City. They met up with the members of the Environment Ministry and the ninjas who were lurking nearby. My lord. Seeing Tsuchimikado Yuzan, Jio, and Valtori, the people from the Ministry of Environment immediately bowed. My lord. Then, accompanied by a strange voice, a thin and weak figure wrapped in an unknown material, with only a pair of eyes exposed, suddenly appeared beside the members of the Ministry of Environment. He half knelt on the ground and greeted with a lowered head. Looking at the ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him, Valtor's eyebrows slightly twitched. You've already seen the photo of the target. Tsuchimikado Eugene glanced at the ninja, then his eyes fell on the members of the Ministry of Environment and asked. Yes, my lord. A middle-aged man who looked like a captain replied. I order, immediately enter Akakuruno City, and capture the target. Remember to try to capture him alive. Tsuchimikado Eugene ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The middle-aged captain loudly accepted the order. Then he bowed to Tsuchimikado Eugene, Jio, and Valtori, and took the 10 or so ninjas behind him. The weakest of them was at B+ level, and 2 of them were even at A level. They turned around and rushed towards Akakuruno City. The mission is the same, disperse. Jio looked at the ninja who was still half kneeling on the ground, and said in a hoarse voice. Yes. The ninja lowered his head and immediately disappeared into a wisp of smoke on the ground. At the same time, in various places that couldn't be seen and even felt strange, several strange fluctuations disappeared. Let's go in. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was watching his subordinates leave, smiled and said to the 2 people beside him. Jio and Valtori nodded slightly and rushed towards Akakuruno City with Tsuchimikado Eugene. They rushed into the city ahead of their subordinates and rushed towards the location of the shrine. The moment they entered the city, the artificial angel in the sky opened her eyes that had been closed all this while and looked down at the ground with a piercingly cold gaze. They're here. At the same time, Seito, who was waiting in the shrine, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Natale, I'll leave the search to you. Seito turned his head and looked at Natale, who was sitting in front of a quantum computer and looking up at the 30 to 40-inch particle beam screen in front of her. Yes, Natal replied sternly. Erica, you guys go and meet the enemy. Then, Seito looked at the other people who were already excited and said with a smile. I will definitely protect the King's City and catch all the little rats that sneaked in here. Erica said with a charming smile on her face. After saying that, she looked at Liliana, then turned around and left the room with Liliana and rushed down the mountain from the forest. With Erica and Liliana taking the lead, Karen, Valletta, and Zhou Xianlin also switched their airframes from standby mode to operation mode. Together with Yomi, Kinuhata Sai, Oriana, Mayo, and Yi, who also left their rooms, they rushed down the mountain to prepare for the arrival. Mother, this time, don't miss the opportunity to practice because of idle chatter. Seito stood up and joked to Eriko, who had just walked out of the room. Eriko chuckled, then turned into a stream of light with Seito and disappeared from the room. They went to meet Tsuchimikado Eugene, Jio, and Valtor, who broke into the city. Sighs looking at the other people who had their own things to do, Shimaping Linghua sighed for no reason. Linghua, if you are not busy, you can temporarily be my correspondent and help me transmit the enemy's movements to others. Hearing Shimaping Linghua's sigh, Bucky Lulu, who was staring at the particle beam screen and mobilizing the nano-surveillance system above the city, the elite guard robots on the ground, and the city's own monitoring system to search for the enemy's location, suddenly said, Okay. Shimaping Linghua's eyes lit up and she quickly agreed. On a certain street in the north of the city, there are 3 enemies. At this time, Bucky Lulu's expression was shocked and she quickly said, on the other side, Seito and Eriko, who turned into a stream of light, finally met Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtor, who relied on Jio to delay the artificial angel to quickly escape. It's you? Shouldn't you have left the city? Tsuchimikado Eugene looked at Seito, who was standing not far in front of him and Valtor, and asked with a frown. I left, but after receiving the news that you were going to attack, I couldn't help but come back. I'm really sorry for disrupting your deployment. Ito spread his hands in front of him and said with a helpless expression. You did it on purpose. Tsuchimikado Eugene narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Half and half, otherwise, how can I make you turn your thoughts into actions? Ito shrugged. Looks like I've underestimated you, kid. Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a gloomy face, then his expression relaxed and he chuckled. But it's nothing. I already thought that you might have some backup plan, so I called an extra helper. It seems that I was right to call him. Your Excellency Valtor, it seems that you have to move more. Tsuchimikado Eugene turned his head slightly and looked at Valtor, who had activated energy to create armor and put on a posture that looked like he was ready to fight at any time. Chung, leave him to me. Eriko, who also took out her long sword, looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene and said, Okay, mother, be careful. Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene and nodded in agreement. Then, with a thought, before Valtorai could react, he used instant transmission to take him away from Eriko and Tsuchimikado Yumasa's side and disappeared. Seeing Ito and Valtor suddenly disappear, Tsuchimikado Eugene's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he felt a little heavy in his heart. Let's start too. Eriko, who had put on a posture, said faintly. All right, let me see the means of your new peer. Hearing Eriko's invitation, Tsuchimikado Eugene, who temporarily put aside his distracting thoughts, said with a chuckle. After saying that, Eriko's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tsuchimikado Eugene as if she had teleported, and slashed down with her long sword. And probably because she had touched some kind of law, along with this slash, a silver-white special flame instantly ignited on the blade, and together with the blade, it fell towards Tsuchimikado Eugene's body on the bank of a river far away from the residential area in Akikuruno City. Ito and Valtor, who was wearing an armor formed by energy materialization, appeared on the bank. You're a space ability user? Valtor, who took in the surrounding scenery from the corner of his eyes, said with a slightly changed expression. As expected of a great knight who has seen the world, good eyesight. Ito walked slowly towards Valtor as if he was close to a friend, while praising. Chapter 1140. I really didn't expect you to be a rare space ability user. No wonder we found you left the city, but you still appeared in the city. Valtor's muscles tightened, and he looked at Ito, who was getting closer and closer to him. At this time, the distance between Ito and Valtori was less than 2 meters. Seeing this, Valtor's eyes flashed, and he immediately waved his energy-materialized knight's greatsword towards Ito. Ito smiled slightly, and with an instant movement, he dodged Valtor's slash and appeared behind him. Lowering his waist in a horse stance, Ito threw out a super monster strength punch with the posture of Shingi bursting fist. Brave! Feeling the danger behind him, Valtori immediately shouted, and stirred up all the energy in his body to form a shield to cover his whole body. At the moment when Ito's fist touched his energy shield, he nimbly took a step forward. With this step, Valtori cleverly dodged the huge impact of the extraordinary strength punch. Under the protection of the energy barrier and the armor formed by the materialization of energy, he took 2 steps forward without any injuries under the impact of the extraordinary strength punch. After his fist missed, Ito straightened his palm, and a thick thunder dragon immediately flew out from his palm. Valtori turned his foot and nimbly avoided the thunder dragon's attack, then suddenly shouted in a low voice, and like a meteor, he rushed in front of Ito, and heavily rammed his shoulder into Ito's open chest. Seeing this, Ito quickly used his telekinesis to form a defensive shield in front of him, and at the same time, his feet lightly jumped off the ground. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Itosei's body was like a cannonball, flying out into the distance. Halfway through, Ito's figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from the flying path. The next second, he appeared above Voltor's head, and suddenly divided into 5 identical Itos and attacked Valtori from different directions. High-quality update. Looking at the 5 identical Itos in front of him, Valtori couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He flexibly waved his sword and blocked all the attacks of Ito. It had to be said that the magic resistance of the knight profession after reaching high level was very disgusting. Under the double protection of Voltor's white light shield and energy armor, most of the energy attacks released by Ito didn't have any effect on Voltor's body. Only the physical melee attacks had some effect. However, this was not the most disgusting thing. The most disgusting thing was that although knights knew a lot of energy strike skills, they could also use skills that were similar to attribute attacks under the Hammer of Sanctions. Ito's doppelganger was instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Fortunately, Ito, who suffered a small loss, immediately strengthened his vigilance. That was why he didn't get hit by the Hammer of Sanctions in his heart again. However, at this moment, under the continuous attack of the 4 Itos, Valtori, who was still defending very tightly, suddenly felt the air under his feet, and his body immediately fell down as if weightless. A feeling as if he was trapped in a hard prison immediately emerged. At this time, Voltor's whole body sank into the asphalt road under his feet, leaving only his head outside. This was the effect of Ito's teleportation ability. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 4 Itose quickly came to the front of Valtori and launched a strong attack on Voltor's exposed head with powerful attacks such as Super Defensive Kick. Under the strong impact of Zhu Jin's Super Defensive Kick, even with the dual protection of the energy barrier and the energy materialized armor, and his body that was already tough as steel, Voltor's face still became red and swollen, and he felt dizzy. High-quality update is coming at this time. One of the 4 Itos who launched a series of attacks on Valtori suddenly withdrew from the attack sequence and stood on the side. He first put his hands together in front of him, then quickly pressed them on the ground. In an instant, a large number of blue electric lights flew out from the palms of the Ito, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the ground around Voltor's head and transformed the ground into a metallic substance. Under this deliberate transformation, soon the exposed part of the surface of the ground was 30 square meters of alloy ground in front of the Ito's eyes. Since the ground alone was 30 square meters, the part below the ground could be imagined. Under such a thick layer, even Voltor's inhumanly strengthened body couldn't break free, and could only sullenly be confined to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by 3 light explosions, the shadow clones that had completed the capture of Valtori exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. I should be able to use you to exchange for some benefits from the Queen of England. Ito, who retracted his arms and straightened up, looked at Valtori, who was still a little dizzy, and said with a smile. Valtori was an S-class master, the exclusive guardian knight of the Queen, and from the name, he might be a relative of the Queen. The value of his survival was much greater than the value of his death. And from another perspective, it was also to avoid intensifying the conflict with the United Kingdom. After all, he didn't lack anything now. If the relationship with the United Kingdom, which had various complicated forces in the country, became rigid because of the relationship with Valtori, the loss outweighed the gain. Just when Ito narrowed his eyes and thought blindly, Valtori, whose body was strengthened to an inhuman level, and whose recovery speed was also inhuman, finally woke up. After trying hard several times, he still couldn't break out of the ground, and he couldn't help but frown just when Ito was about to say something. Valtori, who frowned, suddenly shouted, Glory! As soon as the voice fell, the white energy barrier around Valtori instantly turned into a bright white flame and burned fiercely. Sei-Ito didn't feel the temperature emitted, but the alloy around Valtor's body melted and evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye, allowing Valtori to quickly escape from the imprisonment. Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and he used his mind to expand his territory. In an instant, an inexplicable wave spread rapidly with Sei-Ito as the center, and then a huge 8 trigrams pattern appeared under his feet and slowly changed. Water, Sei-Ito said softly. As soon as he said that, the 8 trigrams pattern under his feet immediately turned into an image dominated by Kansas. At the same time, a large amount of water vapor began to emerge in the territory, turning into a slender stream of water like a ribbon. It flowed and swam quickly in the territory like a living fish. Sei-Ito raised his arm and pointed at Valtori. The water flowing in the entire territory immediately seemed to have heard some order and swarmed toward Valtori, who was about to completely escape from the imprisonment. Chi-chi. Accompanied by a soft sound and a white mist rising, a large portion of the water vapor that came into contact with the flames on Valtor's body evaporated immediately. But unfortunately, this was Sei-Ito's territory. As long as he had enough energy in his body, he could have as much water as he wanted. Therefore, after most of the water vapor evaporated, before the steam dissipated, more and more water vapor appeared in the territory and wrapped around Valtor's body like rope. Wood, Sei-Ito said softly again. The wood here didn't refer to the wood in the material sense, but the vitality and activity of energy. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, the water that was evaporating due to the burning of the flames immediately changed its aura and became more mysterious. It resisted the burning of the flames on Valtor's body and forcefully wrapped around Valtor's body. Spirit! Valtori, who felt that he would really die if he didn't make a move, yelled. In an instant, a bright white halo wrapped in thorny vines suddenly lit up under Valtor's feet and rotated quickly. May the queen be with me! Valtori yelled at the top of his lungs, and as soon as he said that, the knight on Valtor's body soared once again. At the same time, the white flames on his body became stronger, forcing the water vapor away once again. Fire! Sei-Ito twitched his brows and said softly. The so-called fire referred to the process of the explosion of energy. Therefore, the liquid that received the instruction suddenly became violent, and then suddenly burst into flames very strangely, swarming towards Valtori to crash into him. Boom, 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 boom. At the next moment, violent explosions erupted around Valtor's body one after another. The 8 trigrams compound the 4 phases. The 4 phases combine into 2 mode. Yin and Yang repel each other. Absorb. Sei-Ito knitted his brows and yelled softly again. And as he chanted, the 8 trigrams in his territory changed rapidly. It changed from the original 8 trigrams of Yin and Yang to a pure Yin and Yang diagram that rotated at high speed. A powerful suction force appeared in the territory, especially around Valtori. In an instant, the smoke, energy, and flames that wrapped around Valtori were quickly sucked away by the suction force, revealing his figure once again. But at this time, Valtor's appearance was somewhat ugly. Not only did the white flames on his body become dim and flickering, but even the energy armor on his body was broken. One could see the linen clothes he wore under the armor. His hair was messy, and in addition to the footprints on his face, he no longer looked like the most outstanding British gentleman. Instead, he looked more like a fallen noble, a defeated soldier. Chapter 1141. P.S. Thank you to Phoenix Perching in Snow for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX 157747860 and Nickfanny for your tip. Where do you think you're going? Zhen Yi shouted, and his body suddenly turned into an afterimage, and appeared in front of the ninja, who was covered in black night clothes, revealing only a pair of eyes. He waved his hand and used the dragon-shaped qigong needle forging technique. Boom! A thin, pale white needle instantly flew out of Zhen Ye's fist with a low sound and hit the ninja on the opposite side. The ninja's body shook, and a faint energy shadow immediately appeared in front of him to meet the needle forging technique. The ninja jumped back and threw a ball the size of a meatball to the ground, which suddenly exploded and disappeared in the purple-black smoke. "Natale, help me find that guy," Zhen Yi whispered to himself as he narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings with his key. "Okay." Bucky Lulu's voice sounded in Zhen Ye's ear. "Found him. He's 120 meters southwest of you." "He's moving quickly," Bucky Lulu said again. "Thanks." Zhen Yi hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. Then, he used the shrinking distance technique to quickly chase after them. Puff, with a soft sound, blood spurted out from a long and narrow wound on the chest of a woman in a black combat suit and splashed to the ground. As the attacker, Ye's footsteps were light as he elegantly wiped off the blood spurting out from the woman's chest and circled to her side. His beast-like golden pupils slightly flashed as he once again brandished his sword towards the woman beside him. The female combatant endured the pain in her chest and waved her hand to summon a water curtain to protect herself. Unfortunately, all of this had already been activated by the dragon eye, and he could foresee the next second. Yi could even see what would happen in the next 3 or 4 seconds. Therefore, knowing how the female combatant would react, Yi turned again, bypassing the water curtain to the back of the female combatant, and slashed horizontally at her neck. Puff! The female combatant couldn't dodge in time, and her face was filled with shock and unwillingness. Her head tumbled out of her body and flew more than 2 meters away. It fell to the ground with a bang and rolled forward for a short distance before coming to a complete stop. Yi, who had completed the fatal blow, smirked slightly. With a wild and ferocious smile, he turned and rushed toward another combatant from the Environment Province. Soon, the combatant from the Environment Province was killed by Yi, who had the ability to foresee and had powerful close combat strength. "Sister Natale, can you please tell me where the next batch of enemies are?" Yi asked in a low voice as he skillfully shook off the blood on his blade. "About a kilometer to your right, there is an enemy dressed as a ninja on a certain street," Nader replied in a flat tone. "Okay," Yi replied in a low voice. He also used the ground shrinking technique to rush towards the location of the target. "Brothers, this road is blocked." On a street filled with shops, Oriana appeared in front of 3 combatants who were dressed in environmental protection attire. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans with a knot at the hem, exposing her waist and abdomen. She was holding a bunch of shorthand notes in her hand. She licked her red lips and chuckled. "It's the target." A young man with short hair among the 3 combatants took out his mobile phone, looked down, and said solemnly, "Do it." The other 2 who heard the man with short hair growled and tacitly attacked Oleana together. The slightly older man among the 3, who looked to be in his 30s, swung his arm, and a thin metal rod instantly appeared in his palm. As the middle-aged man rushed forward, he struck at Oleana with lightning. At the same time, the honest-looking man among the 3 spread his hands, and the air around them trembled in an instant, turning into an invisible wall to block Oleana's body, cutting off her possible escape route. The last man with short hair opened his mouth and roared silently. A shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly flew out of his mouth and rushed toward Oleana. But Oleana opened her mouth and bit off a piece of paper on the note in front of her mouth. Accompanied by the appearance of a group of Latin characters, several air cannons compressed by high-speed rotating air immediately appeared around Oleana, heading toward the middle-aged man and the shock wave visible to the naked eye. Boom! The air cannons first collided with the oncoming shock wave, and a cloud of energy smoke instantly burst out, blocking everyone's sight. But Oleana, who had cast the air cannons, didn't stop moving. She opened her mouth again and bit off a blank note. In an instant, the ground under the feet of the man with short hair and the man with the air wall suddenly became soft, and at the same time, like living tentacles rose from the ground and wrapped around their bodies. Knowing that it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to recover if he persisted, the honest-looking man decisively gave up maintaining the air wall, reached out to grab the man with short hair beside him, and jumped up. Then he used his ability to create an invisible foothold in the air, and quickly took the man with short hair away from the magic attack range. But, seeing that her attack had failed, Oleana still bit off a new piece of paper with her mouth. In an instant, a messy line composed of energy fiercely spread out with Oleana's feet as the origin, encircling the middle-aged man who had seized the opportunity to rush toward Oleana. Be careful, if you move your feet randomly, you will be dismembered. Oleana reminded with a smile. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the ground, then moved his left hand behind his waist, took out a metal ball the size of a tennis ball from his waist, and threw it to the ground. Bang! With a soft sound, the metal ball fiercely exploded, and then a wave of energy with a strange frequency burst out, hitting the energy lines on the ground. The next moment, as if the energy lines were stimulated, a large number of invisible fragments appeared on the ground, colliding with the shock wave that burst out from the metal ball and cutting toward the middle-aged man. Probably not expecting this at all, the middle-aged man's back was immediately cut open by the invisible fragments. What was that just now? Oleana raised her eyebrows and asked. No comment. The middle-aged man frowned. Enduring the pain, he coldly replied. You are really naughty, this big sister is angry. Oleana smiled charmingly, then shook her head and tore off a blank note. With the appearance of a long paragraph of Latin text, an invisible wave instantly spread out with Oleana as the center. It formed a large boundary, enveloping the middle-aged man and the other two young men who were a little further away. Then, a thick ice pillar suddenly appeared in the space of the boundary, falling toward the three people. Seeing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and rushed toward Oleana again, but before he could run 2 steps, a sharp attack suddenly appeared under his feet. His legs, which were caught off guard, were scratched open, and blood splattered out huge gashes. The simple and honest young man and the short-haired young man who were a little further away were not affected by the magic attack in the boundary because of their relatively powerful attack ability. The middle-aged man, who suffered a loss, still didn't stop. He once again took out an egg-sized black pellet from his waist, stuffed it into the wide belt tightly tied around his waist, activating a special energy barrier, and rushed toward Oleana while resisting all kinds of attacks that kept coming out. It's really interesting. Is this the special technology of the environment that he mentioned? Oleana said in her heart. She thought. Oleana also gently raised her arm and pointed her index finger at the middle-aged man. In an instant, a metallic light suddenly appeared at the tip of Oleana's finger. An energy beam as thick as a finger shot out from the tip of her finger. Although the middle-aged man was cautious, his movements were sluggish due to the injury on his leg. He hurriedly dodged the attack, and the energy beam pierced through the special shield around his body. It shot into the middle-aged man's shoulder and flew out from his back. This was the attack function of the second-generation black combat suit worn by Oleana. The middle-aged man, who was hit by the energy attack, was immediately wrapped by the frost energy that suddenly appeared under his feet, forming a huge irregular ice stone that stood on the ground like a seal statue. Mr. Gujima! Gujima! The two young men who were a little further away hurriedly shouted. Crack! As soon as their voice fell, the huge ice stone that sealed the middle-aged man named Gujima suddenly shattered, along with the frozen Gujima inside the ice stone shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Bastard, damn it! The two young men cursed with angry faces. Then, the young man with the ability of air shot out like a cannonball towards Oleana, who had been standing in the same place all this time. At the same time, the short-haired young man took a deep breath, opened his mouth and spat out a visible sound wave attack to attack Oleana. It was just that the honest-looking young man had only flown a short distance when a dozen twisted and dancing shadow tentacles suddenly flew out from the shadow of his flight, wrapped around his body, and pulled him to the ground. Although the honest-looking young man had been stimulating his ability to form a spiral jet under his feet to strengthen his power to break free from the tentacles, the dozen tentacles were like the toughest thing in the world, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Then, under the various magic attacks that were activated because he forced himself to fly forward, the air shield outside his body was broken, and finally, he had to be pulled to the ground by the tentacles and tightly bound. Ah! Because the tentacles seemed to be strangling people to death, the honest-looking young man's face turned purple, and he let out a long scream. Bang! Sure enough, after a moment, the honest-looking young man's body was strangled into a meatball under the confinement of the tentacles. The sound wave attack is very strong. Relying on the protection ability of the second black cloak, Oriana, who didn't spit out the note in her mouth to break the enchantment, took a step back and said with a smile. At this time, only she and the short-haired young man who used the sound wave ability were left in the barrier. Oleana spat out the note in her mouth and released the barrier that was no longer useful. Then, she suddenly appeared in front of the short-haired young man and lifted her foot to kick him with the powerful explosive force of the legs generated by the second-generation black clothes, just like Shono Yeye's shrinking technique. "You're courting death," the short-haired young man shouted angrily and raised his arm to block Oleana's kick. But in the next moment, the young man with short hair, who didn't expect the power of the attack to be so great, immediately broke his arm into two with a "kacha" sound, and then his body was sent flying to the side by the force of the explosion. Boom! The short-haired young man's body hit the building on the side heavily, leaving a human-shaped dent on the wall of the building. At this time, Oleana once again opened her mouth and bit down a note. A blue light immediately shrouded the short-haired young man who was still hanging on the wall. "It's really lucky to draw this magic." Oleana looked at the short-haired young man who fell from the wall with a pale face and said with interest. This was the spell that had drained the water element from the body of the injured Vice Admiral Tsukimike's Motoharu to prevent him from recovering. Seeing this, Oleana walked toward the short-haired young man who was struggling to stand up on the ground. Then, she ran in vain, quickly ran in front of the short-haired young man, and kicked the short-haired young man's body again. Crack! A clear cracking sound once again sounded from the body of the young man, who turned into a cannonball and hit the wall of the building on the side. Ouch! The seriously injured young man spat out a large mouthful of blood. "I can't waste any more time on you. I still have other work to do." Oleana walked to the short-haired young man and said in a charming voice. Then, she stretched out her hands and grabbed the short-haired young man's neck. With a slight force, she ended the life of the short-haired young man. "Natale, where is the next work location?" Oleana withdrew her hands and asked in a low voice. "Lion King, Roaring Bullet." On another street, dressed in a black sailor suit and holding the treasured sword Lion King, Jianshan Huangquan shouted. "Roar!" The spirit beast Lion King next to Huangquan roared, and a huge energy cannonball the size of 4 basketballs quickly appeared in front of its mouth. It spat at the single combat personnel of the environmental province opposite it. The middle-aged man with a cold expression waved his arm, and a huge flame barrier instantly appeared in front of the roaring bullet and collided with the roaring bullet. Boom! In the violent explosion, the flame and the roaring bullet burst apart, forming a pale white energy smoke that blocked the line of sight of Jianshan Huangquan and the man. "It seems that my enemy is a big fish." Cautiously guarding the surroundings, Jianshan Huangquan secretly thought. Just as she thought that, 3 lifelike flaming dragons suddenly flew out of the smoke, charging towards Huang Quan's body from the left, right, and top. Chapter 1142. Stop! On another street, Liliana suddenly jumped down from the sky. She was wearing a black long-sleeved jacket that looked like a small suit, a black short skirt of the same color, a brown shawl around her waist, a pair of thick white knee socks wrapped around her legs, a pair of brown high-bound leather boots, and a shoulder patch with blue and black stripe. Her silver hair was tied into a high ponytail behind her head. She suddenly jumped down from the sky and landed on the ground. She was holding her beloved sword, Silver Master Craftsman. She looked at a man and a woman wearing the black combat uniform of the Ministry of Environment sternly and shouted, "The high-quality update is here. It's the target." After seeing Liliana's appearance, the woman with short hair was surprised. "You actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. Interesting." The man looked at Liliana up and down and chuckled. "You have already entered my king's territory. If you don't want to suffer, immediately surrender. Otherwise, I will punish you for the crime of invasion." Liliana looked at the 2 people from the Ministry of Environment sternly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, this is too funny. What king, knight, are you playing house?" The woman immediately laughed when she heard that. Her tone was full of mockery as she said, "Punishment? You're about to become our prisoner. I'd like to see how you're going to punish us." "Xingjiang, don't be careless," the man reminded with a smile. "Okay, Captain." The woman named Xingjiang smiled and nodded in response. "Captain? Then you must be one of the people in charge of this operation." Liliana looked at the man and said, "You don't need to know this." The man waved his arm and said, "Xingjiang, do it." The man continued, "Okay." Xingjiang agreed. Then he pointed his right hand at Liliana and shouted. In an instant, Liliana felt an inexplicable force shrouding her body. Knowing that this might be the effect of the woman's attack, Liliana did not dare to hesitate. She immediately channeled the curse power in her body and formed a resistance to the confinement force around her. At the same time, she shook her saber and used the moon jump magic to jump up from the ground. She landed in front of the man and woman and waved the saber-like Silver Grandmaster Blacksmith saber to attack them. High-quality update, how is this possible? Xingjiang looked at Liliana, who jumped in front of her and attacked her with disbelief. At this time, the man's body flashed with golden light. He quickly reached out his arm to block Liliana's military sword. With a dang sound of metal clashing, he blocked Liliana's attack. Is it a body-strengthening ability? Liliana thought to herself as she retracted her blade and attacked Xingjiang again. Don't underestimate people. Xingjiang shouted angrily when he saw the attack coming at him again. He raised his fist to block Liliana's blade. Bang! The next moment, a muffled sound came from between the blade and Xingjiang's fist. "Little girl, why don't you come with us?" Taking advantage of Xingjiang blocking the attack, the man moved to Liliana's side and grabbed her arm. Liliana's arm nimbly turned. She skillfully avoided the man's grab. At the same time, she quickly took a step forward and escaped from the 2 people's attack. She turned around and slashed at the 2 people again. The 2 people who had blocked Liliana's attack didn't dodge. They directly used their bodies to block her attack. Dang! Amidst the soft noise, Liliana borrowed the counterforce of the duo's counterattack and leaped back gracefully. "Mother who gives life and takes it away. Give me the road sign of the Dark Land." Liliana, who jumped back to the ground, opened her mouth and chanted. In response to the incantation, the ground under the man and woman's feet immediately became soft, letting their feet sink into the ground. Xingjiang's expression changed when he saw this. He immediately raised his foot and stepped into the void. Then, as if he really stepped on something, he broke free from the soft ground. Then, He reached out to grab the man's hand and took him away from the soft ground. The high-quality update is here. Just as the two people from the environmental department used a strange method to get out of the mud, Liliana opened her mouth again and chanted a new incantation. The essence of fantasy, the steel that plays a beautiful melody. Please give me invisible wings. Although the incantation was chanted, it was different from the previous incantation. This time, no strange phenomenon appeared. Instead, it made the two people who had just gotten out of the mud and were on high alert to reveal a surprised expression. Sacred beast born from the underground, please respond to my call and show yourself in front of me. Then, Liliana ignored the two people's surprise and chanted again. This time, something finally responded to Liliana's incantation. On the ground in front of Liliana, several stone snakes that were completely transformed from mud emerged and quickly crawled toward the man and Xingjiang. At the same time, Liliana followed the movements of the stone snakes and ran toward the two of them. However, as she ran, a melodious sound rang from the Grandmaster's sword that she wielded casually. The man and Xingjiang didn't hesitate, and both of them used their own methods to meet the stone snake. Pung 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 pung. The man and Xingjiang's hands and feet danced one after another, hitting the stone snakes that attacked them to the side or completely smashing them into a pile of stones and falling to the ground. Just as they were about to attack Liliana, they suddenly found that Liliana's figure had disappeared in front of their eyes. Ding dang dang. At this time, a pleasant sound rang behind Xingjiang. Xingjiang, who instinctively felt the danger, didn't even think about it and put her confinement ability behind her to protect herself. However, in the next moment, a huge force suddenly landed on the defensive wall formed by the confinement force outside her body, sending her body flying heavily. Captain? Xingjiang looked at the man and shouted in shock. She never thought that the first person to attack her would be her captain. Not good, it's an illusion. Hearing Xingjiang's voice, the man's face changed and said, "It's an illusion that was used on us through those sounds." That's right, this was the ability of the magic sword, Silver Master Craftsman, Magic Tune. Through the release of the true power of the incantation, the Silver Master Craftsman would play a beautiful sound in the process of waving the sword, forming a magic tune that would make the listener's heart flutter, weaken the listener's curse power, steal the listener's body, and create an illusion to affect the listener's vision. There were many kinds of magic tunes. Unless you completely blocked your hearing or destroyed your eardrums, there was no way to stop the magic tune from taking effect. Plop! Xingjiang, who was sent flying for a distance, fell heavily on the ground, and in the process of falling, the confinement ability formed outside her body completely collapsed. Xingjiang, be careful. Just when Xingjiang felt a little dizzy from the impact, the man's voice suddenly sounded. Sleep. Just when his voice fell, Liliana, who suddenly appeared beside Xingjiang, had already placed the Silver Master Craftsman sword on Xingjiang's body, and said softly. As if responding to Liliana's words, Xingjiang, who originally wanted to focus on defense, closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. Liliana took the Silver Master Craftsman sword away from the unconscious Xingjiang's head and looked up at the man whose face had become very ugly. Then she stomped her feet and used a jumping magic to jump back in front of the man, and used her sword skills to fight with the man who had the body-strengthening ability. Of course, during this process, beautiful sounds continuously sounded from the Silver Master Craftsman's sword in Liliana's hand, forming a magic tune that affected the man's actions. After fighting like this for a few minutes, the man who was affected by the magic tune, causing his mind to be in a mess, his attacks to become disorderly, and even his ability to use his ability was not smooth. He was covered in injuries and lying on the ground, unable to move. Miss Natale, please mobilize a few guard robots. I have 2 prisoners here to deal with. Liliana, who stepped back from the man, said softly. Okay. Bucky Lulu's voice sounded. Less than a minute after her voice left her mouth, 4 round guard robots quickly floated to Liliana's side. In groups of 2, they imprisoned Xingjiang, who had fainted from the curse, and the man, who was also paralyzed from the curse, before moving them in the direction of the shrine. Liliana, who watched the guard robots leave, did not stay in place for long. She continued to use her jumping magic to jump to the top of the buildings on both sides and searched around for enemies. On the same street, the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style driven by Karen was like a bright red stream of light, surrounding 3 men dressed as combatants from the Environment Province and launching an attack. The 3 men from the Environment Province were not to be outdone. They used their respective abilities to greet the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style. However, the speed of the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme styles was simply too fast. Before their attacks could land, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme styles had already dodged their attacks and released beams of light at them. In just 2 or 3 rounds, the 3 combatants from the Environment Province were defeated by the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style. And the people who encountered the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Baji style driven by Valletta and the Flying Phoenix Sacred Heaven Baji style driven by Zhou Xianlin had the same treatment as them. Hey, is there anyone free? My guy here is super hard to deal with. Who can help me? On a street, Kinori Sai, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, an orange sleeveless jacket, and denim shorts, supported a nitrogen armor around her to resist the attack of a ninja who was dressed in black with only a pair of eyes exposed. At the same time, she hurriedly used the second-generation combat suit's communication system to send out a call for help. "I'll do it," Ye's voice sounded. Chapter 1144. P.S. Thank you to Moonless God for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Novel Fan Xiao, NX, and Nickfanny for your tip. Let me do it. I'm closer to her, and I'm a little faster. After Ye's voice sounded, Karen, who had finished off the enemy in front of her, said on the communication channel. Then let's do it together, Ye replied with a smile. Okay. Karen nodded and reached out to push the control lever of the thruster to the top. Spurring the engine to the maximum output, she turned into a bright red light that could remain in the air and quickly flew toward Kanuhata Sai's coordinates that she got from Buggy Lulu. You black-clothed bastard, you're really annoying. Kanuhata Sai, who had used the defensive power of the nitrogen armor to block the enemy's attack and tried to counterattack but missed. The black-clothed ninja, who had nimbly dodged Kanuhata Sai's attack, did not reply. He formed a seal with both hands and said with a low voice, "Unification, do." Following that, the black-clothed ninja once again appeared in front of Kanuhata Sai and punched towards her neck. Kanuhata Sai quickly raised her hand to block the attack. Bam! The two collided and Kanuhata Sai's body was sent flying. "It hurts, you bastard." Kanuhata Sai, who fell heavily on the ground and rolled 2 more times, stood up and grumbled with a displeased expression. "It hurts." But right after that, she felt an immense pain as if her bones were broken from her forearm that was directly hit and transmitted to her heart. Kanuhata Sai subconsciously cried out in pain. At this moment, the ninja once again rushed in front of Kanuhata Sai and threw a punch at her. Bam! Kanuhata Sai, who had hurriedly used her ability to form an armor and endured the pain as she crossed her arms in front of her body, was sent flying once again. Bastard! Once again, Kanuhata Sai fell to the ground and shouted with a face full of hatred. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from her body. "You bastard, just stay there." Kanuhata Sai stretched her arm forward and said angrily. In the next moment, the black-clothed ninja, who originally wanted to move and dodge, suddenly stopped. He was restrained by an invisible force. "Ah! Compress!" In the cry of Silken Favorite, the invisible air around the ninja in black suddenly became tight, squeezing his body inward. He didn't want to be killed by this inexplicable attack, so he raised his hands in front of him and slowly formed 3 hand seals. In an instant, the figure of the ninja in black flashed. He disappeared from his original position. "Do you think you can escape?" Kinohita Sai carefully sensed her surroundings. He said with a look of disdain. Just as Kinohita Sai finished her words, a black shadow suddenly appeared from her shadow under the illumination of the surrounding street lights, forming a pitch-black curtain that enveloped Kinohita Sai. Humph! Kinohita Sai lightly snorted. The nitrogen gas around him instantly expanded and blocked the unfolding shadow as if it was solid. Next, Kinohita Sai tapped her foot and quickly retreated. However, the moment Kinohita Sai's feet touched the ground, another shadow appeared beside her feet and formed a circle of imprisonment around Kinohita Sai's feet and pulled her horizontally. Under the sudden pull, Kinohita Sai immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. At the same time, 4 to 5 pitch-black shadows wrapped around her body. Damn it! Looking at the pitch-black shadows, Kinohita Sai quickly expanded the protective range of her nitrogen armor and blocked the shadows. She then stood up and used her nitrogen armor to create a protective passage while dodging the attacks of the shadows. "Since you're using shadows as your medium of attack, I'll shrink my shadows to the lowest. Let's see how you're going to attack me then," said Kinohita Sai hatefully. Then, she lifted her foot and stepped on the void in front of her. It was as if she was stepping on an invisible staircase, supporting her body. Then, she continued to step on it and continued to climb up into the sky. While Kinohita Sai used the principle of the nitrogen armor to create a solid layer of nitrogen underneath her feet to climb towards the sky, her shadow that was cast on the ground by the illumination of the street lights also shrunk rapidly until it was only the size of 2 to 3 fists. This feeling of power is great. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. Once the buff ends, it'll be gone. Feeling that she was high enough, Kinohita Sai turned around and started to search for traces of the enemy as she muttered to herself. "Forget it, as long as I continue to train, sooner or later I'll be able to smoothly advance to a LV5 Esper through normal means and obtain this power again. Now is the time to find this annoying bug." Kinohita Sai shook her head and said. She then closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling the wandering nitrogen in the surrounding atmosphere. She made the nitrogen form her limbs and senses, searching around for the ninja in black who was completely hidden. At this moment, a streak of red light shot over from afar and stopped right beside Kinohita Sai, revealing the Red Lotus Saintly Heavenly 8 Extreme style behind the figure. "Where's the enemy?" Karen asked through the communication system of her second-generation combat suit. "I don't know, I'm looking for him," Kinohita Sai replied in a depressed tone. "He's hidden." Karen immediately understood the situation and pressed a button in the cockpit. The next second, the electronic eye on the Red Lotus Saint Heaven Ba Extreme style's head lit up and a strange electronic wave spread out. This was the biological detection radar produced in the Luluxia world. However, due to various needs, the biological detection radar wasn't just a radar that detects biological waves. At the same time, it also had the function of an energy detection radar. In terms of its ability to search for the enemy, it was very powerful. Found him. Looking at the bright spots on the screen that represented the life forms, Karen's eyes lit up. Beside each life form's bright spot was the energy level information. Karen's eyes lit up and said in a low voice. Then, the Red Lotus Saint Heaven Ba Extreme style's body turned slightly, raised its left hand and aimed at a dark alley between the buildings and shot out a crimson energy beam. As soon as the beam shot out, a ninja in black with only a pair of eyes exposed quickly moved away. He probably didn't expect that his disguise would be seen through by a scientific player. Found him. As soon as he moved, Kinuhata Sai, who had been controlling the nitrogen, opened her eyes and shouted, "Stop!" Kinuhata Sai used one hand to block. A large amount of nitrogen gas drifting in the air swarmed towards the black shadow. Feeling the change in his surroundings, the ninja in black quickly took out a pitch-black bullet and threw it to the ground. Bang! A sound similar to the explosion of a bomb was heard. A flame quickly rose. The heat and energy of the explosion immediately disrupted the detection results of the Red Lotus Saint Heaven Ba Extreme Styles radar. It seems ninjas in modern times are also very familiar with technological weapons. They know which strategy to use in which situation. At the same time, relying on the protection of the clothes made of special materials, the ninja who was protected from the fire and explosion quickly formed hand seals and disappeared along with the rising flame. He ran away. Karen, who carefully searched with the radar again, said regretfully, "What a troublesome little bug." Kinuhata Sai said with a displeased expression, "Let's go. Let's see if there are any other fishes in the net." Karen controlled the Red Lotus Saint Heaven Ba Extreme Styles body to turn around and said. Then, she once again turned into a crimson light and disappeared from Kinuhata Sai's side. In an open space near the edge of Akikuruno City, a huge pitch-black ball covered with countless lightning bolts stood on the ground. And inside the huge pitch-black ball, an artificial angel covered in lightning bolts expressionlessly controlled the surrounding lightning bolts to form a variety of attack. It counterattacked the cold attacks that appeared from time to time and used the detection area formed by electronic signals to search for the enemy. This pitch-black ball was Jio's domain. Jio had used this opportunity to stop the artificial angel, allowing Tsuchimikado Eugene and Valtorai to break into the depths of Akino City. However, while he was trapping the artificial angel, he was also held back by the artificial angel. He had no choice but to fight the tricky artificial angel in a stalemate here. Bang! Boom! Jio's attack was once again broken by the artificial angel's lightning. "I didn't expect a mere shinobi to be able to fight with me until now," Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a gloomy expression as he looked at Eriko, who was panting. "Humph!" Eriko snorted as a reply. "Red devil, blue devil, black devil, yellow devil. 4 devils descend." Tsuchimikado Eugene crossed his hands into Kazuaki's sleeves and took out 2 paper talismans before throwing them at Eriko. As soon as his voice fell, the 4 pieces of paper abruptly exploded. The instant Eriko was forced to retreat, for malevolent ghosts with sinister faces, a curved black horn on each of their heads, red, blue, black and yellow skin, with only a rag wrapped around their waist, completely exposing their explosive muscles to the air, appeared in front of Eriko. Then, Yellow Ghost leaped in front of Eriko and swung his fist at her. Bang! Eriko hurriedly raised her katana to block the attack, but she was immediately sent flying by the astonishing power of Yellow Demon's fist amid a muffled thump. Whoosh! Next, Red Wraith opened his mouth wide, and 3 red-yellow fireballs shot towards Eriko like meteors. At the same time, Black Devil turned into a shadow and disappeared from the ground, while Blue Devil turned into a cloud of mist and shot at Eriko. This was a high-level ghost enslavement technique of Tsuchimikado, 4 devils. Among them, Yellow Devil was extremely strong and had a tough body. Black Devil was good at hiding his tracks and moved in the shadows. Blue Devil was unpredictable, and his body was entangled with illusions, making him difficult to kill. Red Devil had a fiery nature, and was good at using fire techniques. Looking at the 3 red-hot fireballs that were rapidly approaching her, Eriko let out a low shout. A witch wearing a red and white witch uniform with a pine crane embroidered on the outside and holding a gold and silver fan in her hand instantly flew out from her body and transformed into an illusory entity. She gently waved the gold and silver fan in her hand, and a violent whirlwind instantly appeared in front of this witch and collided with the fireballs. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and pale white energy smoke spread out. At this moment, the smoke billowed, and a large cloud of white mist suddenly wrapped around the witch, imprisoning her. Yellow Devil's large hand then slapped down, dispersing the white mist imprisoning the witch, but also blasting her into a cloud of smoke. Plop! Eriko landed lightly on the ground after removing the force from her body. But in the next moment, Black Devil's body appeared, and a pair of ghostly hands suddenly grabbed Eriko's feet. At the same time, Blue Devil, who had been reduced to a cloud of white mist by Yellow Devil's slap, once again charged at Eriko. "You're courting death!" Eriko raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily. In an instant, a transparent ball quickly spread out with Eriko as the center, enveloping the black ghost who was shackling her feet, the blue ghost who had turned into a cloud, and the yellow ghost who was rushing over. A huge pentagonal circle immediately appeared under Eriko's feet, blooming with a holy white light. Ah! Under the illumination of the bright white light, the three devils let out a miserable cry. Eriko ignored them, and directly slashed at Black Devil's body with the long blade covered in white flames, cutting it in half, and under the white flames attached to its body, it howled miserably and turned into nothingness. At the same time, a witch holding a brass bell and a wooden sail appeared in Eriko's domain, and waved the bell and wooden sail in their hands, smashing Yellow Devil and Blue Devil, turning them into nothingness, and sealing them into the coin and bell. Heavenly Star Descent. Just when Eriko dealt with Yellow Devil, Black Devil, and Blue Devil, Tsuchimikado Eugene had already prepared the yin-yang technique. With a low shout, dozens of tiny light spots like stars immediately appeared in the sky above Tsuchimikado Eugene and Eriko's head, and then turned into a bright white light beam that was as thick as a finger, and shot at Eriko. As the descendants of Abe Saimai, Tsuchimikado clan, in addition to Shikigami and ghost enslavement techniques, they also played with astronomy and calendar. Seeing the attack coming, the witch holding the bell and the time coin sail did not need Eriko's instructions, and spontaneously shook the sacrificial instruments in her hands, and then a huge defensive boundary instantly appeared around Eriko and the two witches, protecting them in the middle. Bang 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 bang! Under the strong impact of the falling stars, the boundary shook violently as if it was about to break at any time. Chapter 1145. Seeing the barrier shaking violently under Tsuchimikado Eugene's attack, Eriko knew she couldn't just stand there. She took a deep breath and raised her blade to her side. Exerting force with her feet, her body suddenly turned into a white light and rushed towards Tsuchimikado Eugene. Flowing light. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Eugene quickly pointed his finger in front of him. A mass of air instantly twisted. Following that, he took a step to the side. Eriko, who had just passed through the twisted air, appeared behind him, causing the attack that was supposed to land on Tsuchimikado Eugene to miss. Tsuchimikado Eugene, who had used the Tsuchimikado clan's secret technique to dodge Eriko's swift attack, casually turned around and waved his hand. A reddish-yellow fireball quickly shot towards Eriko's back. Eriko, who was still in a stiff state after using flowing light, clenched her teeth. An empty-handed half-body witch figure protruded from her back. Her hands formed a yin-yang seal and unfolded a defensive barrier behind her. Boom! The fireball violently exploded when it collided with the barrier. After passing through the stiff state, Eriko turned around and slashed at Tsuchimikado Eugene's body. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in an instant. The impact of the collision immediately dispersed the smoke formed by the explosion of the fireball. An upright tiger about 1.9 meters tall wearing strange leather armor appeared in front of Eriko's eyes. It was this tiger that used the curved blade in its hand to block Eriko's slash. Shikigami? Eriko said with a frown. That's right. Tsuchimikado Eugene affirmed with a light smile. Whoosh! At this time, Red Wraith, who hadn't been eliminated by Huili, opened his mouth and spat out 3 live fireballs. They shot towards Eriko like meteors. Humph! Eriko coldly snorted. She pushed forward with her arms and borrowed the force of Tiger Shikigami's push and the force of her feet to leap back. She then summoned all the witch attendants. In an instant, 7 to 8 witches separated from Eriko's body. They were holding gold and silver fans, brass bells, wooden sails, empty-handed weapons, long swords, long bows, talismans, and mulberry branches. They were wearing red and white witches' costumes, and their faces were blurry. They jumped to the ground and launched attacks on Tsuchimikado Eugene, the Tiger Shikigami he summoned, and Red Demon with blessings, devil-subduing techniques, cleansing spells, and devil-repelling technique. That's another good way to split the stream. But I think the consumption of mental power and energy is not small. I just don't know how long you, a newcomer, can last. Seeing Eriko's shaman servant, Tsuchimikado Eugene waved his hand and released rat, cow, rabbit, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig, and other Shikigami. Then he said with a calm expression, 12 Zodiac Shikigami? Eriko, who was approaching Tsuchimikado Eugene again, said with a slightly changed expression, Unfortunately, there is no dragon soul. Tsuchimikado Eugene said regretfully. That was true. But the 11 Shikigami summoned with different fighting styles greatly hindered Eriko's attack on Tsuchimikado Eugene. She had no choice but to cooperate with the witch attendants she summoned to fight against the Shikigami. She also had to guard against the magical attacks of Tsuchimikado Eugene, who was protected in the center by the Shikigami. What a strange ability! Valtori, who looked like a defeated and downtrodden noble, was trying his best to control the energy in his body to resist the yin-yang grind while looking at Sei-Ito with a gloomy gaze. Sei-Ito shrugged and ignored Valtor's praise. It was a sarcastic remark. Justice! At this time, Valtor's expression turned solemn as he shouted very solemnly. In an instant, a strange energy fluctuation spread rapidly with Valtori as the center, forcing Sei-Ito's domain away from his body and shrouding Sei-Ito in the opposite direction. What is this? Sei-Ito, who felt that his domain was being compressed, said with a frown. Under the power of justice, all enemies of the same level as me, or even slightly higher than me, cannot use their domain, and the power of both sides is forcibly sealed, changing the battle into a duel. Valtori, who moved his body, looked at Sei-Ito and said lightly, What an overbearing ability! Feeling the strangeness of his body, Sei-Ito sighed softly. I think this is probably the ultimate move of your knight class. After all, in this state, except for the warriors of China, how many professions can have a close duel with you guys who specialize in magic? That's right. Valtori, who was wearing an energy-solidified armor and holding an energy-solidified knight's greatsword, said. But since it's called justice, what's with those things on your body? Don't the so-called justice of knights include yourselves? Sei-Ito looked at Valtori with a sarcastic expression and said, This is a necessary armor for a knight in battle. It's not considered unfair, and now it's just a set of ordinary armor. Valtori said with a matter-of-fact look. In other words, they're no different from ordinary armor now? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Valtori nodded and confirmed. In that case, I'm relieved. Sei-Ito, who got confirmation, chuckled. Valtori frowned and didn't know why Sei-Ito was laughing. Come on. Sei-Ito, who was in a shingy fist posture, waved at Valtori and said. Seeing Sei-Ito's posture, Valtor's heart immediately sank. He felt that this justice might not bring him victory like before. Thinking of this, Valtori shook his head fiercely and threw those useless thoughts out of his mind. He concentrated on controlling his body, then suddenly stepped forward and launched an attack at Sei-Ito. Seeing Valtor's attack coming, Seito immediately stepped forward and inserted into Voltor's side. He sidestepped Voltor's greatsword and pushed Voltor's wrist with his left palm. Then he pulled Valtori back and bent his knee and raised his leg. Together with his right palm, Seito's palm landed on Voltor's chest. Bang! The collision between the knee and the armor immediately made a muffled sound. Humph! At the same time, Valtori, who felt a strange vibration from his back, frowned and let out a muffled groan. Then, Valtori moved his shoulder and vigorously pushed Seito's chest. Seito immediately exhaled, pressed his chest tightly, and used the thrust of his palm that was still on Voltor's back to turn his body sideways. He brushed past Voltor's shoulder and avoided his impact. Afterward, Itose immediately adjusted his body's center of gravity and quickly caught up with Valtori, who had just stood still after being pushed forward by him by 2 steps. At the same time, Itose jumped up and kicked Voltor's helmeted face fiercely with a swing of his leg. Bang! The huge force instantly kicked Valtori out. Bang! After finishing the attack, Seito landed lightly on the ground, then rushed toward Valtori again with a small step. In midair, Valtori forcibly turned his body, waved the long sword in his hand with both arms, and slashed at Seito, who rushed in front of him. Seito's body paused, and quickly turned 270 degrees with his left corner as the axis to avoid Voltor's attack. He reached out and grabbed Voltor's ankle, and with a gentle shake of his arm, he slammed Valtori to the ground like a sack. Bang! The violent impact made Valtori couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Spirit! Valtori, who was groaning, shouted, "I'm not afraid of pain, I'm not afraid of disaster, my will is as hard as steel." After the words fell, Voltor's momentum immediately changed and became tougher. "This is the so-called Knight's Justice? You're lying to a fool." Seeing Voltor's change, Seito muttered with a gloomy face. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since the so-called Justice was a knight-type skill, after so many years of inheritance, it was only natural that some knights would develop other skills that could be used under the Justice status. Otherwise, if they were to foolishly insist on the so-called Justice, they would have long been beaten up by others. Valtori, whose mental state had changed, climbed up from the ground like a monkey, roared and launched a crazy attack at Seito. Although Seito was unhappy, his movements were not affected at all. Like a breeze, he strolled through Voltor's attacks and gradually integrated into Voltor's attack range, approaching Valtori. At this time, after dodging for a while, Seito finally arrived in front of Valtori and punched Voltor's head. Bang! Valtori, whose head was hit, instantly swayed, but even so, Valtori did not forget his actions. He waved the knight's greatsword in his hand and attacked Seito. Seito jumped and lightly landed on the blade of Voltor's greatsword. Then he stretched out his foot and stepped on Voltor's wrist. A numb feeling instantly spread from Voltor's wrist, forcing him to subconsciously let go of his sword. 1,000-pound drop. Then, Seito, who was standing on the sword with one foot, used all his strength to press down on the one foot standing on the sword. In an instant, Valtori, who felt that he could no longer hold the greatsword in his hand, was pushed to the ground by the heavy sword without even having the chance to react. Bang! In the next moment, Seito kicked Voltor's helmet again and sent his strength into Voltor's mind like hitting a bull through a mountain. Then, Seito, who felt that one kick was not enough, lifted his foot and fiercely stomped down again. Chapter 1146. Knight is worthy of being a meatshield class, really difficult to deal with. Seito, who felt the special suppression power of justice fade away, looked at the fainted Valtori under his feet and curled his lips. Then he bent down and used the grappling hand technique to quickly dissipate the energy armor outside his body, revealing the linen clothes inside. He then removed all the joints of Voltor's body, completing his confinement work. After all, knights were a close combat profession. There was not much difference whether the energy in their bodies was sealed or not. As long as they wanted to, they could create trouble for others with their well-tempered bodies. It was far less effective than this method of directly cutting off their mobility. After removing all the joints of the fainted Valtori, Seito put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Seito, who straightened his body again, activated instant transmission, and immediately disappeared from the place, reappearing at the place where Eriko and two Yumimen Eugene were fighting. At this time, Eriko's face was a little pale, and her forehead was covered with fine and crystal-clear sweat. She was panting while holding her sword, and her image was many times better than before. At least, it seemed that two Yumimen Eugene didn't consume too much energy. As for the witch servants and Shikigami that originally filled the battlefield, they had all disappeared, but from the semicircular dent on the ground that seemed to have been neatly cut by something, Eriko was likely to have used the antimatter grenade that Seito gave her in the battle. She actually used an antimatter grenade? Seito was surprised. However, the situation on the scene didn't allow Seito to think too much, so he immediately restrained his mind. He activated instant transmission and appeared behind two Yumimen Eugene, then used dragon-shaped Qigong to attack him. Bang! Two Yumimen Eugene, who couldn't dodge at all, had his clothes burst open, and a slender pale white energy column instantly shot out from his chest. Seeing this, Eriko's eyes lit up. With a flash, he appeared in front of two Yumikes, who was spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He placed the long blade in his hand against two Yumike's neck. Seito, who was standing behind Tsuchimikado Yuzan, gave Eriko a faint smile, and then immediately used his right hand to form a sword finger to tap on various major acupoints on Tsuchimikado Yuzan's body, leaving behind waves of energy, cutting off the energy circulation system in Tsuchimikado Yuzan's body. Mother, I will send you back first. Walking in front of two Yumikes, the 5 fingers of his left hand bent into a claw. Seito said as he used the Yin-Yang 5 elements seal to completely seal Tsuchimikado Yojine's dantian. Okay. Eriko nodded. She knew that she wasn't in the right state to fight. Seeing that Eriko had agreed, Seito didn't say anything else. He placed his hands on Eriko's and two Yumike's shoulders, and used instant transmission to send them back to the shrine. Then, Seito's figure flashed again, and he appeared where the artificial angel and Jiu were. Thunder in the sky, become the weapon in my hand. Punish the sinner. Looking at the pitch-black ball covered in lightning, Jiu-Ito looked at it. Ito-sei raised his finger to the sphere and chanted the power of the spirit of words. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick bolt of lightning instantly shot out from the clear sky, striking the huge pitch-black ball in a straight line. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the pitch-black sphere that had been struck by the lightning began to tremble violently. Then, it abruptly shrank back until it finally revealed the sinister-looking Jiulai, who was dressed in black. Seeing Jiu-Ito appear, the artificial angel didn't stop and immediately got up. The ocean-like blue lightning shot towards Jiu-Ito. Jiu didn't say anything. At the same time, he didn't move at all. A huge black curtain appeared in front of him and blocked all of the lightning. Seeing this, Seito immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared next to Jiu-Ito. He slashed down with the celestial clouds that suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiu-Ito seemed to have sensed something. A new Jiu-Ito appeared behind Seito. While watching the celestial clouds slash the original Jiu-Ito, a pitch-black long blade shot towards Seito's body. Dark energy? Or shadow? Seito frowned after dodging Jiu-Ito's attack with instant transmission. To verify his guess, Seito moved in front of Jiu-Ito again and slashed at him. Just as Jiu-Ito was about to use his ability to block, a white ball that emitted intense light like the sun appeared in Seito's left hand. It illuminated Sei-Ito and Gyo-Ito's surroundings. Under the illumination of this light, Gyo-Ito's counterattack paused for a moment but didn't disappear in the light. Dark energy. After confirming his guess, Sei-Ito felt the sensation of hitting something with the celestial clouds in his hand. Pfff blood spurted out from the long wound on Gyo-Ito's chest caused by celestial clouds. At the same time, the artificial angel immediately controlled the surrounding lightning to shoot towards Gyo-Ito's body. Sensing the danger, Gyo-Ito instinctively wanted to use dark energy to defend. However, Sei-Ito's arm landed on his shoulder and released a large amount of lightning. Humph! Gyo-Ito let out a painful groan as lightning flashed all over his body. Pfff. At this moment, the artificial angel's attack finally landed on Gyo-Ito's body. The sharp lightning arrows instantly pierced through Gyo-Ito's limbs and once again increased his damage. Gyo-Ito endured the pain and numbness as he tried his best to use the energy in his body to create a defensive barrier around his body. In an instant, a large amount of black mist emerged from Gyo-Ito's body. However, before the mist could condense, it would dissipate under Sei-Ito's lightning attacks. It couldn't form the defensive barrier that Gyo-Ito wanted at all. On the other hand, the dark energy in his body had an obvious effect because they were separated by a layer of flesh. It became a defensive barrier and lessened Gyo-Ito's pain. Then, Gyo, whose pain had been relieved, threw a punch at Ito-sei. Sei-Ito let go of his right hand and let celestial clouds fall to the ground. At the same time, he raised his hand and blocked Gyo-Ito's punch. At the same time, the artificial angel flew behind Gyo-Ito and pointed at the medulla oblongata at the back of Gyo-Ito's head and body to launch an attack. Ugh! Gyo-Ito's expression froze as he let out a low groan. Then, Sei-Ito and the artificial angel moved at the same time. The moment Sei-Ito moved his hand away from Gyo-Ito's shoulder, the artificial angel's hand landed on Gyo-Ito's spine and used electrical energy to attack Gyo-Ito's spine. This affected Gyo-Ito's entire body. Sei-Ito raised his sword finger again and tapped on various major acupuncture points on Gyo-Ito's body. He also left waves of energy in Gyo-Ito's body to destroy the energy circulation system. Plop! 2 seconds later, Gyo-Ito's nerves were messed up and he could no longer control his body. He fell to the ground like a vegetable. Pop! Ito-sei raised his foot and kicked Gyo, who was no different from an ordinary person, until she fainted. Sei-Ito used the tip of his foot to pick Gyo up from the ground and said to the artificial angel, "You can go." The artificial angel did not reply. It opened its energy wings and flew back into the sky to continue protecting the safety of Akito City. Ito-sei, who stayed in the same place, summoned Valtorai, who was also unconscious, and carried him back to the shrine in an instant. Plop! Sei-Ito threw the two of them to the ground next to Tsuchimikado Eugene. "Tell me your conditions. What do you want for you to let us go?" Due to his internal injuries and the fact that there was a seal in his body that prevented him from recovering, Tsuchimikado Yuzen's face was pale as he spoke in a straightforward manner. "You don't really think that I will let you go as long as you pay the price, do you?" Sei-Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with a mocking expression and said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? So what if you don't let us go? Although I kept tonight's operation a secret to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that no one knows that I came here. If we don't go for a long time, you should know the consequences." Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "Of course, it's nothing more than revenge from the remaining guys and the British side." Sei-Ito shrugged and then looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene calmly and said, "But did I say that I won't let you go? What do you want?" Tsuchimikado Eugene asked in an unfriendly tone. "It seems like you already know how I will treat you." Sei-Ito looked at Tsuchimikado Eugene with interest. "Don't push people too far. It's better to leave a way out, Tsuchimikado Eugene said with a gloomy expression. Leave a way out? I don't know if you will leave a way out if we lose tonight. I don't think so. You who have lived for so many years should understand this better than me. Seito sneered. So as long as you make a soul oath and sincerely pledge your loyalty to me from now on, then pretend to take some ransom from you, you can naturally go back. Seito changed into a more comfortable position and said faintly, What if I don't swear? Tsuchimikado Eugene said gloomily. Then I will naturally not be polite to you. I am also very proficient in the method of extracting souls and refining talismans to control people. Seito replied with a smile. Okay, I swear. Tsuchimikado Eugene's expression changed rapidly a few times. He had not lived enough in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1147. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nikfini for their tip. I, Tsudamayaman Yojin, swear to my own soul that I will wholeheartedly serve the person in front of me, Seito. If I go against... Tsudamayaman Yojin raised his skinny arm and pressed it against his chest. His expression was solemn as he swore in a deep voice. In addition, under no circumstances will you harm me, my family and friends in any open, dark, direct, or indirect way. Just as Tsudamayaman Yojin was about to complete his oath, Seito suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. Tsudamayaman Yojin's expression quickly changed a few times when he heard this. Soon after, he couldn't help but lightly sigh and open his mouth again to recite the Great Soul Oath. I, Tsudamayaman Yojin, swear to my own soul that I will wholeheartedly serve the person in front of me, Seito. Under no circumstances will I harm Seito, his family and friends in any open, dark, direct, or indirect way. If I go against this oath, you will suffer the evil of being burned by the fire of the heart, Seito said indifferently. If I go against this oath, I will suffer the evil of being burned by the fire of the heart, Tsudamayaman Yojin repeated with an extremely unsightly expression. As soon as his voice fell, a mysterious fluctuation instantly descended upon Tsudamayaman Yojin's body. Very good. Feeling the fluctuation, Seito said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked in front of Tsudamayaman Yojin. He patted his shoulder and sent a wave of power into Tsudamayaman Yojin's body, removing the seal within his body. As for the seal in your dantian, wait until I get the so-called compensation before I remove it. After a few seconds, Seito said indifferently as he withdrew his arm. As a piece of meat, Tsudamayaman Yojin didn't say anything and silently agreed with Seito's decision. He then looked at Seito, who was walking in front of the unconscious Valtori and Gio, with a mocking gaze, waiting for him to act. Seito seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned his head to look at Tsudamayaman Yojin and asked, Do you know why you are the only one who is awake and the other two are unconscious? Then, without waiting for him to reply, his gaze fell back on Valtori and Gio as he continued, Apart from the fact that your power is easier to seal, it is also because you are the most likely to make the Great Soul Oath out of the three of you. Hearing this, Tsudamayaman Yojin's face became extremely unsightly. Ito Kanari's words were very obvious. He was implying that Tokuman Eugene had no loyalty. Afraid of death. He did not want Gio and Valtori to give their hearts and minds to their respective royal families. Even if they died, they wouldn't be loyal to the enemy. After that, Itose ignored Tsuchimikado Eugene on the side. He shook his hand and two pieces of yellow paper with red cinnabar patterns on the surface appeared between his fingers. Then he made a gesture with one hand. He then activated the two talismans and threw them at Valtori and Gio. In an instant, The two activated talismans were still burning into two drifting flames. They sank into Valtori and Gio's foreheads. Then, Itose shook his hand again, and two talismans with different patterns appeared between his fingers. He squatted down between Valtori and Gio. His left palm quickly patted each of their chests, and a small drop of blood exuding a pure energy fluctuation immediately seeped out from the skin of their chests, and was pulled by an invisible force into the talisman paper thrown by Itose. A misty light immediately spread out from the talisman paper. These two drops of blood that exuded a pure energy fluctuation were the condensed heart-blood essence of the cultivator. Seeing this, Itose quickly made a strange gesture with both hands, and murmured an unknown spell in his mouth. After a short moment, a golden light flashed from the talismans and the two talismans returned to their normal appearance. They floated back into Seito's hands. You can contact the imperial family and your subordinates to prepare the ransom. Itose put away the talisman paper stained with Valtorii and Gio's blood essence. He grabbed Valtorii and Gio's collars and stood up while speaking to Tsuchimiman Yushin. What do you want? Yumiman Yojin asked with a clear understanding of the situation. Naturally, it's the good stuff in your hands, Seito said with a smile. I can't let your value go to waste, right? Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if the outside world knew. After saying that, Seito left the room with Valtori and Gio and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Plop! Itose threw Valtori and Gio on the ground and then connected to the energy in the void with his mind. With the powerful will and spiritual power of more than 8 billion people in the Rubik's Cube world, he began to hypnotize, brainwash, and modify the memories of Valtori and Gio, who had reached S rank and had perfect spiritual will. On the other side, after 10 hours of high-speed flight, Seito finally arrived at the origin of the monster incident, the sky above the uninhabited island in the British Pacific Ocean. A pitch-black cloud emitting evil energy instantly entered Seito's eyes. Itose, who was hovering in the sky, carefully observed the dark clouds below. He flipped his hand and took out 3 sapphire magic conductors that were equipped with rainbow cannon. He picked up one of them and gently flicked it with his finger. Under Seito's finger force, the sapphire magic device flew down for about 10 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Activate! Along with the electronic sound, the sapphire magic device immediately exploded with a powerful energy wave. Then, the sapphire magic device transformed into the image of an Azra ship that was 23 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. Coordinates calculated, coordinates determined, distance determined. The magic device slowly adjusted the direction of the ship's hovering position until the muzzle of the cannon was finally aimed at the coordinates that had been inputted in its program. Clear lock cancelled, launch reel safety confirmed, weapon control lifted. 3 magic circles, one small, one large, and one small, appeared in front of the ship. Clear go. A large number of lights gathered in the center of the magic halo, like fireflies returning to their nest. They only stopped when they formed a huge ball of light that exuded a powerful energy wave. Fire! The electronic sound faded. The energy ball that had been stored for a long time was instantly ejected, forming a thick energy beam that flew straight in the direction of the target. Whoosh! The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the black cloud that was blocking the cannon's path. The shockwave formed by the energy beam immediately tore a huge hole in the cloud layer, exposing the densely packed monsters below the cloud layer. Hiss! After flying for a distance, the rainbow light cannon finally collided with a monster that didn't open its eyes. In an instant, a weak sound was heard, and a black hole formed by the distortion of space appeared and expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to more than 10 kilometers wide. It emitted a powerful suction and annihilation force, swallowing all the monsters in the vicinity into the black hole and annihilating them into piles of dust. They completely disappeared. It was worth mentioning. Seito was currently at an altitude of 20,000 meters above the sea surface, which was about 20 kilometers. The rainbow light cannon's position was not far from him, which was also about 20 kilometers above the sea surface. But the flying monsters were in a position about 12 kilometers above the sea surface. In other words, this rainbow light cannon's range of effect of more than 10 kilometers directly included a portion of the monsters on the ground. Therefore, after the rainbow light cannon's attack ended, a large empty area appeared in Seito's line of sight. Shio! At this moment, a scarlet energy beam flew out from the uninhabited island that had revealed most of its appearance and directly bombarded the rainbow light cannon that had just finished releasing on the magic device that was in the process of depressing. Boom! The magic device violently exploded and turned into a ball of fire burning in the sky. It's the beam attack of the S-class expert that seriously injured me last time and then destroyed half of the world. Seeing that beam, Seito narrowed his eyes and thought, I didn't expect that the opponent's attack could actually reach here in one go. What an exaggerated attack range. Thinking in his heart, Seito once again threw a sapphire magic device beside him and activated it into an active state. However, in order to prevent the attack from being destroyed by the opponent before it was shot out, Seito opened the magic device to adjust the coordinate. At the same time, he used his mind to summon a middle-style magic formation under his feet and unfolded an energy-shielding barrier, wrapping himself and the magic device together. Seito carefully maintained the existence of the barrier and prepared for the opponent's attack that could be launched at any time. He didn't know if his energy-shielding barrier was set up too well, or because the position at this time was too far from the ground, the opponent's perception couldn't reach here. After more than half a minute, the energy of the rainbow light cannon was fully charged, but he didn't see any movement from the opponent. Seeing this, Seito breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retracted the energy-shielding barrier. Almost at the same time, the magic device immediately launched the energy of the rainbow light cannon that had accumulated in front of it. The thick beam of light flew straight to the uninhabited island where the monster incident occurred. At the same time, the scarlet beam of light once again flew out and met the beam of the rainbow light cannon. In the next second, the two powerful beams of light fiercely collided with each other. Hiss! The rainbow light cannon that collided with the scarlet beam of light immediately exploded and formed a spatial distortion black hole that rapidly expanded. And because the previous shot had cleared the nearby monsters, the rainbow light cannon that wasn't blocked by monsters traveled a lot further than the previous shot. Therefore, the spatial distortion black hole formed by this shot was a lot closer to the uninhabited island. It even directly came into contact with the uninhabited island and annihilated it. Seito didn't care about the result on that side. He activated the third magic device in his hand, which was also the last sapphire magic device that Seito's real body had left behind before he left. He let it enter a state of charging so that the instant the rainbow light cannon's attack ended, he could launch a new attack. 2 minutes later, the rainbow light cannon's attack ended. Then, the already prepared new rainbow light cannon was launched again while Seito was observing the terrifying multi-eyed monster that emerged from the uninhabited island. That multi-eyed monster exploded with a roar and a scarlet beam of light flew out from its eyes to meet the rainbow light cannon. Clearly, the terror that had previously heavily injured him and destroyed half of the S-rank experts of the various countries was released by this monster. Hiss! Amidst the soft sound, the rainbow light cannon that had flown an unknown distance exploded. The enormous spatial distortion black hole that it formed not only completely enveloped the uninhabited island with the monster, but also swallowed some of the surrounding sea. And with the might of the rainbow light cannon, as the starting point of everything, the island definitely wouldn't be left behind. In other words, the source of the monster was cut off. It's finally over. In the future, as long as we deal with the possible difficulties from the various countries, Akakuruno City can be considered to have officially risen and barely become a world first-class power. Seito, who also understood the importance of the island, lightly sighed. Seito dared to be certain that everything he did here was captured by the high-definition spy satellite and constantly transmitted to the various countries' upper echelons and related ability users. They would definitely covet something like the Rainbow Light Cannon. Whoosh! 2 minutes later, following the end of the Rainbow Light Cannon's attack, the familiar scarlet beam once again flew out and smashed the magic device that had just completed its attack into pieces. As expected of a monster, it actually survived the spatial distortion black hole created by the Rainbow Light Cannon. Seito, who was holding the magic device that he had put away after completing the second Rainbow Light Cannon, narrowed his eyes and looked down at the monster that was covered in blood. Most of the eyes on the surface of its body were closed, leaving only the eyes on its head and some eyes in the corners of its abdomen open. At this time, a somewhat pale and battered man suddenly appeared on the back of the monster. With a ferocious face, he looked up at Seito in the sky. It's actually him. Seito, who used the enhanced vision and long-range image gathering magic, gasped in surprise after seeing the man's face clearly. This man was the original head commander of the Knights of the Round Table who had caused all of this trouble, Adam Hill. Eastham, kill him! Adam Hill gritted his teeth and ordered. Roar! The monster named Eastham let out a thunderous roar and charged into the sky. Unfortunately, this isn't his real body right now. Otherwise, I would be able to use it and have a good fight with this monster that is obviously beyond S rank. Saigaku thought to himself as he looked at the monster that was rushing towards him. After that, he used instant transmission to send the monster to a higher place in the sky. Saigaku thought to himself. Saigaku used Flying Thunder God's spell on the sapphire magic device in his hand, then used instant transmission to send the monster to a higher place. After all of this was done, Seito turned around and rushed towards the monster. Chapter 1148. Whoosh. Eastham's eyes glowed as it shot out 2 thick scarlet beams of light at Seito. Seito, who was flying down, summoned a huge spatial tunnel in front of him and swallowed the 2 beams of light. Then, the tunnel shifted to the other side and spat them out. Then, Seito, who had retracted the spatial tunnel, clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the empty space in front of him. Boom. Accompanied by a violent roar, a thick bright white thunderbolt instantly shot out from the huge middle-style magic formation that appeared where Seito's fist landed. The thunderbolt crashed down on Eastham. Eastham let out a beastly roar, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the thunderbolts that were shooting at him. Boom. A violent muffled sound came from Eastham's abdomen. It's you, despicable worm, who ruined my plan again. At this time, Adam Hill, who was close enough to see Seito's face clearly, shouted angrily. I didn't expect that a Knight of the Round Table would do such a thing. Seito sneered as he summoned several thunderballs in front of him and shot them at Adam Hill one by one. Eastham leaped to the side and dodged the thunderbolts with Adam Hill, who was riding on its back. Then, it stomped on the empty space with its hind legs and pounced at Seito at a speed far beyond the speed of sound. Boom. It wasn't until Eastham had run for a while that the sound of the sonic explosion finally rang out. Lightning flint. Seeing Eastham's explosive speed, Seito's body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot to the side. Then, he drew an X in the air and rushed to Eastham's side from the side. Then, he revealed himself and punched out. Boom. The violent impact of Seito's monstrous strength fist made a loud bang on Eastham's body. Eastham's body swayed slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, it swung its scorpion-like black tail that emitted a strange fragrance towards Seito. Seito's figure flashed and dodged the tail's attack. He appeared behind Adam Hill, who was on Eastam's back, and kicked out. Humph! Adam Hill coldly snorted. He turned around and punched back. Asterisk bang! Asterisk amidst the violent muffled sound, Ito Sei's body quickly retreated 2 steps, facing Eastam's tail that was once again whipped towards him. Adam Hill, who collided with Sei, felt a pain in his arm, and his body couldn't help but tilt his body to the side. But he immediately steadied himself, and raised his arm, and pointed his arm, and pointed. Then, he released a blast of energy towards Seito. Seito, who was pincered from the front and back, disappeared from Eastam and Adam Hill's pincer attack, and appeared above Eastam. He swung his arms downwards, and once again released a large version of Thor's shock break towards Eastam. Asterisk boom! Asterisk the thick bright white lightning struck down towards Eastam. Because the lightning was too fast, Eastam, who couldn't dodge, spread out his black body, forming a solid barrier that blocked the lightning. As expected, ordinary attacks won't have much effect on them. Seito thought to himself as he released his spiritual energy and energy from his body, and combined it with the rich and slightly violent world's essence chi in the surroundings to form his Dharma idol. Then, with a thought, he established a connection with the sapphire magic device that he had sent out with Blink. All day, understood. High up in the sky, the sapphire magic device flashed slightly, and abruptly replied. Then, a burst of energy instantly erupted from the magic device, and the sapphire magic device once again entered into a state of activation, turning into the appearance of a small Azra ship. Then, the magic device adjusted its direction on its own, and 3 magic rings, 1 small, 1 large, and 1 small, unfolded in front of it, and began to rapidly accumulate the energy of the rainbow cannon. Adam Hill, who was sitting on the giant beast Eastam and recuperating while guarding against Seito's attacks from time to time, frowned and raised his head to look at the sky above. Being distracted during a battle is a big taboo, Knight Adam. Even though Ito Sei knew that his body was completely protected by the black gas released by Eastam, and his attacks were basically useless, he still persisted in launching a powerful attack on Eastam and Adam Hill, who was on Eastam's back. Adam Hill ignored Seito's ridicule, and only stared at the sky with his brows tightly knitted. Seito, who knew that Adam Hill had sensed something, didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately controlled his Dharma idol to gather the world's essence chi in the surroundings. Forming a layer of energy shield outside his body, he stretched out his arms as if he was competing with a giant beast, and fiercely hugged Eastam. Eastam, who was unwilling to lose, roared loudly, and sharp scarlet light beams shot out from its eyes. At the same time, it attacked Seito with its big mouth full of corrosive aura and sharp front claws. But Seito completely ignored it. He just hugged Eastam tightly, and controlled the surrounding world's essence chi to form a shackle on Eastam. Not good! At this time, Adam Hill's face suddenly changed, and he cried out in alarm. But he was still a step too late. The magic device that had already finished accumulating energy directly shot a powerful rainbow cannon at Seito's location with Seito as the coordinate. Almost in the blink of an eye, the rainbow cannon that had flown behind Seito hit Seito's body accurately, and then with a soft sizzle sound, the rainbow cannon exploded, forming a distorted black hole that rapidly expanded. You despicable insect! Damn you! Adam Hill, who once again felt the destructive power of the distorted black hole, roared furiously. But even though he was roaring, he didn't want to die just like that. So, he hurriedly ordered Eastam, who was sitting on him, to activate an energy barrier to protect himself. Sizzle under the illumination of the distorted black hole, the energy barrier that Eastam had activated shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, under the energy emitted from Eastam's body, the energy barrier became firm again. And after holding on for less than a second, it continued to shatter, repair, and shatter. During this process of shattering, repairing, and shattering, the originally powerful Eastam was weakening at a noticeable rate. Ha 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 ha, enjoy it. Seito, who was quickly annihilated into nothingness under the power of the distorted black hole, laughed loudly. The moment Ito Sei's doppelganger was annihilated, far away in Akikuruno City, Ito Sei left a doppelganger behind to continue the work. His main body appeared in the main world and received the memories sent back by his doppelganger. Since the brainwashing project was a time-consuming work, and the other party was an S-rank expert with almost perfect mental strength, it was unknown how long it would take to finish. Adam Hill and the Behemoth, huh? Interesting, Shi Feng said as he narrowed his eyes. After saying this, Ito Sei's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the room and reappearing beside the magic device that Ito Sei's shadow doppelganger had left in the sky. However, at this time, the magic device had long since been damaged due to the pressure of the rainbow cannon's continuous firing. Streaks of electricity danced on the surface of the small Azra warship, which was now covered in cracks. Seito pressed down on the magic device with one hand and put it away with a thought, allowing it to enter a self-repairing state to repair the damage. He then took out Divine Sword Celestial Clouds with a flip of his hand and rushed toward Eastam, who was still under the attack of the rainbow cannon. Celestial Clouds, devour the power of this authority. While rapidly descending, Seito activated the White Horse Authority, which contained the power of Sunfire, and had Celestial Clouds devour and copy it. Yes, Celestial Clouds replied in Seito's mind. Half a minute later, Seito flew to the edge of the Rainbow Cannon's area of effect and hovered there, waiting for the Rainbow Cannon's effect to disappear. After waiting for another minute or so, the distorted black hole formed by the prismatic light cannon instantly shrank into a single point. Then, it disappeared like a bubble, exposing Eastam and Adam Hill on its back, who were in a very sorry state and had a weak aura. Seeing that his target had appeared, Seito did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated Blink and appeared behind Azra warship. He swung the celestial clouds in his hand, which was abruptly covered in blazing white holy flames, and slashed at Adam Hill. Puff! In an instant a soft sound rang out. Adam Hill, whose face was filled with shock and unwillingness, was immediately cut in half by celestial clouds' slash. The blazing white flames on its body burned it into a cloud of black ash, and it dissipated with the airflow high up in the sky. Roar! As if it had sensed the disappearance of its master, Azra warship raised its head and let out a sorrowful roar. Seito, however, did not care what Azra warship did. He directly landed on its body, flipped the celestial clouds with the sun's fire around, and viciously stabbed at Azra warship's body with the tip of the blade. Puff! As a demigod weapon, the sharp blade of the celestial clouds easily cut through Azra warship's flesh and sank deep into its body. In an instant, the sacred sun's fire attached to the celestial clouds, which was specially used to exterminate great sinners, rapidly spread out and began to burn Azra warship's body. Roar! Azra warship, who felt the burning pain, raised its head and let out a miserable roar. Then, it turned around and rushed down toward the sea below. At the same time, it unleashed the remaining energy in its body to resist the burning flames. O thunder in the sky, become the sacred sword of judgment and punish the monster under my feet with death. Seito, who was holding the blade tightly and following Azra warship's descent, chanted and activated Mercado's Sky God authority. Boom! Almost immediately after the words left his mouth, a thick bolt of lightning shot down from the sky and landed directly on Azra warship's body. Roar! Azra warship, whose black energy mist had mostly dissipated, once again let out a painful howl. Boom! As soon as the first bolt of lightning landed, under the influence of Sei-Ito's will, another thick bolt of lightning landed on Azra Warship's body. Then, a third, a fourth, a fifth. It looked like it would not stop until Azra Warship was dead. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.